Chapter 532. How on earth did they train? Yun Sheng could not help but secretly swallow her saliva. She was already itching to test the strength of this batch of devil warriors. Young master, I've broken through. Ahahaha. Zhou Quan grinned and laughed loudly, leading a group of hunting brothers over. When he swallowed the beast blood pill earlier, he already knew that it must be the kind of medicine that could cleanse one's marrow and bones, making one beg for death. But what he did not expect was that this kind of pill, which had been strengthened by Yun Sheng, had an amazing effect. Zhou Quan broke through to revered martial artist in one go. His group of new hunters also broke through one after another. Compared to the previous breakthrough, this time's breakthrough was much faster. And a part of the effect of the beast blood pill remained in the hunters' bodies. In the upcoming battle, their self-healing ability would also be faster than before. Zhou Quan, you choose a few brothers. Oriole, you lead this group of devil warriors. You two teams, have a competition. Yun Sheng pointed at the group of devil warriors. What? Competition? Zhou Quan was still immersed in the joy of breaking through. When he heard that there was a competition, he looked at Oriole and the group of grotesquely shaped blockheads behind her. Zhou Quan seemed to remember that these blockheads were by the team leader's side. It was just that these people usually stayed in the hunting corps and did not go out on missions. And they were led by Oriole. Zhou Quan revealed an expression of underestimation of the enemy. Young master, this is not good. You see, all of us have just finished strengthening. My brothers have all undergone group combat training. Oriole, she has never led a team before. Oriole was angry when she heard that. Zhou Quan, are you saying that I'm not as good as you? Hey, Miss Oriole, that's not what I meant. If I really hurt you, young master will skin me alive. This battle isn't about the head, it's about this. Zhou Quan pointed to his head. What he meant was that the Oriole hadn't led the battle before and was inexperienced. The group of idiots all had dull eyes. They were all muscle-bound but simple-minded. Let's not talk about this first. Whichever team loses this time will give me 10 times more training, and the winner will have an extra reward, a special combat weapon. Yun Sheng was watching the show from the side. Zhou Quan had been living too smoothly in the Heaven Extermination hunting group these past few years. It was time to give him a beating. When Zhou Quan and the other hunters beside him heard this, they all started to cheer. Young master, the Oriole can't stand you like this. We all feel sorry for you. The Oriole was also angry. She gritted her teeth and said, Zhou Quan, do you dare to compete? I'm not even afraid of 10 times the training. If you dare to compete with me, other than this young master's reward, I will agree to your pursuit. Zhou Quan was dumbfounded by Oriole's words. In the Heaven Extermination hunting corps, there were many people who chased after the Oriole. Zhou Quan could be considered to be the most ferocious, but the Oriole had always ignored him. If he won today's competition, he would be able to hug the beauty. When Zhou Quan heard this, he immediately became spirited. He rolled up his sleeves and looked very motivated. Wait. The Oriole blinked. But if I win, you have to run 10 laps around the Heaven Extermination hunting corps' camp naked. This young master had only been back for a few days, but the Oriole had already been led astray. After saying this, the Oriole's face turned red. Zhou Quan was dumbfounded. The hunters were rolling back and forth in laughter. So be it. In order to get a wife, I'll go all out. Zhou Quan was also very straightforward. He slapped his thigh and agreed. The results of the competition shocked the entire Heaven Extermination hunting corps. Under the Oriole's lead, the martial artists of the Devil Clan obtained a complete victory. The 10 martial artists of the Devil Clan were unstoppable. They fought at lightning speed. In terms of magic, they formed a special magic array. Even Yun Sheng couldn't understand this magic array. Yun Sheng could only be sure that it was a magic array that strengthened one's combat ability. Zhou Quan accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. The 10 hunters were completely defeated. After this battle, the hunters of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps were also dumbfounded. They always thought that after joining the Zhou State's hunting corps, their strength would be better than others. But until today, they realized that in front of a true expert, their strength couldn't even withstand a single blow. Zhou Quan could only shamelessly run 10 laps around the camp naked. But after that, they began their hellish training. Under the effects of the beast blood pill and training, the strength of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps increased by another level. It was also time for Yun Sheng to set off for the mainland's magic elite camp. She assigned her 10 martial artists of the Devil Clan to the Oriole. I'm about to participate in the mainland's magic elite camp selection. It's not convenient for these martial artists to follow me. After the Yun residents left Yujing, Yun Sheng also settled the matters of Little Si Antong and the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. She planned to immediately head to the Imperial Magic Academy to participate in the upcoming Imperial Magic Academy examination. With Tyrant Jean protecting her, she didn't need any martial artists of the Devil Clan. If they stayed in the hunting corps, they would be a great help. After bidding farewell to the Oriole and the others, Yun Sheng brought Tyrant Jean and the magical beasts in the beast speech ring and left. In the Imperial Magic Academy, a few teachers were busy selecting candidates. To other magic academies, the mainland's magic elite camp selection was a kind of glory. But to the Imperial Magic Academy, it was a big headache. Since the last time the Imperial Magic Academy selected 3 students, the mainland's magic elite camp actually agreed to the principal's request to give the Imperial Magic Academy a quota every 3 years. But this quota was not something the Imperial Magic Academy could afford. The Imperial Magic Academy's minimum requirement was to become a master magician. If one's cultivation was not enough, but if one had outstanding performance in other fields, they could also be considered. Back then, Gufeng was selected because of his special light magic. But this time, the Imperial Magic Academy was at their wits' end. Because in the past 3 years, their entire academy did not nurture a single master magician. As for students with special skills, there was not a single one. Seeing that the examiners of the mainland's magic elite camp were about to come knocking, how could they not be worried? If word got out that the Imperial Magic Academy could not even find a single master magician, how could the Imperial Magic Academy continue to exist? At this moment, Teacher Mei Li brought a piece of good news. You're saying that Yun Sheng, who was an exchange student back then, is back. When the principal of the Imperial Magic Academy heard this news, he was almost overjoyed. Because the 2 people in the 13th potion group that Teacher Mei Li had nurtured back then were selected to enter the mainland's magic elite camp, Teacher Mei Li's status in the Imperial Magic Academy also rose accordingly. Yun Sheng was not an ordinary person. Her 2 companions were Gufeng and Abandon. More importantly, Yun Sheng had also created the praise of the moon goddess. Just based on this, the principal was sure that Yun Sheng would definitely be selected to enter the mainland's magic elite camp. A few days later, the examiners of the mainland's magic elite camp arrived. After knowing that the recommended student this time was a potion master who had created the praise of the moon goddess, the examiners accepted Yun Sheng's application without hesitation. Chapter 533. More than 10 days later, Yun Sheng was standing at the border of Zhou State, staring blankly at a notice in her hand. It was easy for her to pass the Royal Magic Academy's examination, but what surprised her was that the other party didn't directly tell her where the mainland's elite magic camp was. They only told Yun Sheng a place and told her to find a mage named Mo go there. They said that she would be able to find the way to enter the mainland's elite magic camp from that mage. Yun Sheng followed the instructions on the notice and walked towards the west of Zhou State. This was a path she had never taken before. Tang Yu, that fellow, had been to this area before because of his exile. Yun Sheng roughly knew the local terrain. It was said that it was the Gobi Desert, which was mainly a desert. But Yunxing didn't expect that the place would be so barren. She was surrounded by yellow sand, and a yellow sand city appeared in front of her. If she hadn't come here in person, Yunxing wouldn't have thought that there would be such a barren place in the relatively wealthy Zhou state. Tang Yu had also been exiled to this area. Just from this, it could be seen how much the Yun residents had declined in the past. They were both guards sent by the military to Zhou state's border. The nephew of the Marquis of Jiayuan had asked for a lucrative job as a guard near the Purple Gold Mine, but Yun Ba's old subordinates had been given the same treatment as a garrison in such a barren place. Fortunately, old General Yun had already thought things through. Yunxing arrived outside the yellow sand city and saw a guard dozing off at the city gate. "Big brother, may I ask where Master Mo Gu lives?" Yunxing asked. Mo Gu? Are you talking about the blacksmith in the city? He lives in the rundown house at the corner in front. The sleepy guard couldn't help but be suspicious when he saw that the person asking for directions was a young and beautiful female mage. This Mo Gu was an old bachelor. He didn't know what kind of luck he had these past few years, but young mages who were dressed well kept coming to look for him. Yunxing inquired about the direction and was about to leave. Two well-dressed young magicians with travel-worn faces walked over. Similarly, they were also here to inquire about Grandmaster Moge's whereabouts. Looking for Mo Gu again. There, that girl is with you. Follow her and you'll find Mo Gu, the guard muttered. He closed his eyes and went back to sleep. There were two magicians, one male and one female, who both looked about 15 or 16 years old. The female's appearance could be considered decent, but her pair of slightly harsh eyes greatly reduced the impression she gave others. As for the male magician, he was a man of striking appearance. Judging from their dressing, they didn't seem to be from Zhou state. Yunxing didn't find this strange. There weren't many magicians in Zhou state, and there were even fewer people who could enter the mainland's magic elite camp. 3 years ago, 3 people had passed the examination at once. At that time, it had caused quite a stir in the continent. When the male magician heard that someone was traveling with them, he was about to ask when he saw Yunxing standing at the city gate. When the male magician saw Yunxing's fairy-like face, his eyes were filled with envy. He stuttered when he asked, "Miss, could it be that you're also going to the mainland's magic elite camp?" The male magician's appearance made the female magician beside him a little unhappy. She looked at Yunxing's beautiful face with jealousy and snorted. Yunxing wasn't surprised. Her face, which was becoming more and more similar to Hu Jiushan, had caused her a lot of trouble along the way. Most of the people fled in fright after she flashed the Heaven Extermination Hunting Unit's medallion. After all, within the borders of Great Zhou, the Heaven Hunting Legion was extremely famous. However, these two magicians were obviously from another country. It was very likely that they would become colleagues in the future. Yunxing finally opened her mouth. "Yes, we're students selected by Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy to enter the mainland's magic elite camp. We received a notice and came here for the first round of examination. Every student who was recommended to enter the mainland's magic elite camp had to pass the first round of examination even if they passed the recommendation. This round of examination was mostly made up of teachers from the magic elite camp who disguised themselves as commoners. They were distributed in every corner of the mainland. They looked very ordinary and could be ordinary old men, women, or even children. However, if they didn't pass the examination, they wouldn't be able to enter the mainland's magic elite camp. Therefore, this round of examination was also called the teacher examination. Every teacher would provide different examination opportunities according to the different magic attributes of the students. When Yunxing participated in the recommendation, she applied as a fire and wind magic master. She received a notice to go to Yellow Sand City to find Mo Gu. These two magicians were obviously the same. When they heard that Yunxing was a student of Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy, they immediately laughed. That mean female magician actually laughed out loud. The Zhou dynasty's Imperial Magic Academy, isn't that a third-rate academy? I heard that the Royal Magic Academy is the only magic academy that relied on the school building to become an advanced magic academy. When Yunxing heard this, she couldn't help but frown. As for the Royal Magic Academy, it was indeed because of the magic tower in the academy that they were qualified to become an advanced magic academy. However, it wasn't as bad as the outside world said. After all, Yunxing's father, Yun Sanghai, was one of the earliest students of the Royal Magic Academy. There was also teacher Mary. Her research on magic potions was very unique. In this generation of young people, including Yunsheng, Gufeng, and Abandoned, the magic that they learned all had their own merits. Although Yunxing didn't have particularly strong feelings for the Royal Magic Academy, she was still a student of the Royal Magic Academy. Being insulted in front of her like this, she naturally felt uncomfortable. When the male magician heard that Yunsheng was a student of the Royal Magic Academy, he was also somewhat surprised. However, he still glanced at Yunsheng's face longingly. "Yali, don't speak nonsense. The Royal Magic Academy isn't outstanding in magic, but I heard that the Royal Magic Academy has produced a magician who can make high-grade magic potions." The so-called high-grade magic potion was referring to the moon god's praise. Who knows if the Royal Magic Academy deliberately found someone to make it for the sake of fame. The Royal Magic Academy has never even announced the name of the magician who made the potion to the outside world. The magician called Yali had a look of disdain on his face. Well, the Royal Magic Academy's reputation was really bad. Even the only magic potion that they could make was said to be made by someone else. Hee, that's really unfortunate. I just happen to be from the Royal Magic Academy's magic potion department. Yunxing smiled insincerely. Chapter 534. Of course, Yunsheng would not reveal that she was the potion master who refined the tribute of the moon goddess. Once they heard that the other party was a potion master from the imperial school, the atmosphere between the two parties became awkward. Su Yali muttered in her heart. She did not expect that Yunsheng was a potion master. "Miss, I'm really sorry. Xiaoya's temper is like this. We are magicians from Tang Yuan. My name is Su Chao and this is my sister, Su Yali. We are all recommended by the mainland's elite magician camp to come to Yellow Sand City to take the examination. Since we are on the same path, why don't we go together?" Su Chao and Su Yali were both fire attribute magicians. Yunsheng did not object. It could be seen that Su Chao had a good impression of Yunsheng, but Yunsheng was indifferent. As the three of them walked together, Su Chao kept talking to Yunsheng, but Yunsheng ignored him. After a while, Su Chao became a little resentful. "Big brother, why are you so attentive to that woman? Isn't she just a little good-looking?" Su Yali's face was full of dissatisfaction. She was jealous that Yunsheng was prettier than her, but what was the use of being pretty? Magicians paid attention to magic, especially after entering a place like the mainland's elite magician camp. Strength was everything. The other party also said that she was a potion master. Looking at her magic scepter, there were only 3 magic soul stones on it. One had to know that her and her brother's magic cultivation was higher than hers. Although Yunsheng had broken through to become a saint magician, in the 3 years of her blank memory, she did not practice magic. So in all kinds of magic, she was temporarily stuck at the level of a master magician. Su Chao's thoughts were seen through by his sister, and his ears turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just hit it off with Miss Yun. You didn't even say a word for half a day, that's called hitting it off." Su Yali said disdainfully. Her brother was born in the Tang Yuan aristocratic family and was also an extremely powerful magician. That Yunxing didn't even have enough time to curry favor with him, yet she dared to snub her brother. Su Yali thought to herself that when they met Grandmaster Mo Go later, they would definitely be assessed. During the assessment process, she would make Yunxing fail. The 3 of them each had their own thoughts as they walked through Yellow Sand City. Yellow Sand City was also in a remote area. It was a medium-sized city, but there were only a few decent houses inside. There were only a few brick houses that looked like they would collapse at any moment. Along the way, they didn't see many people. After turning a corner, they saw a blacksmith's forge. This blacksmith's shop gave Yunsheng a very familiar feeling. It was as if she had returned to Tai Gang's blacksmith's shop in Banana Leaf Village. "Excuse me, is Grandmaster Mo Gu here?" Su Chao stepped forward and asked. In the blacksmith's shop, there was only a sweaty blacksmith. At this moment, he was panting as he hammered iron. Hearing the question from outside, the blacksmith didn't turn around. "Damn bellows, it's not good at all. Boy, don't just stand there. Pull the bellows for me." Su Chao was stunned. He looked at the side of the furnace. There was a dirty bellows that was half the height of a person. That bellows was really big, half the height of a person, and the pole was as thick as two people's arms. Su Chao had never done this kind of rough work at home. He wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Yunsheng with a look. Yunsheng pointed to the bellows. "The skin of that bellows is made from the skin of a rank 8 magical beast. This blacksmith is not an ordinary person." Yunsheng's eyesight was much better than the Su siblings. She lowered her voice and spoke, but her words reached the blacksmith's ears without missing a word. That blacksmith thought to himself that there was someone with good eyesight. When Su Chao heard Yunsheng's words, he also knew that this blacksmith must be extraordinary. He didn't care about the dirt and tiredness. He squatted next to the bellows and used all his strength to pull the bellows. "You two little girls, why are you standing there? Help me carry the firewood and make a fire." This blacksmith also knew how to order people around. Yunsheng rolled her eyes and obediently went to carry the firewood. Although Su Yali was unwilling, after thinking about it, she still did it. The two people carried some firewood to the side of the furnace. Su Yali wanted to curry favor with the blacksmith, so she couldn't wait to put the firewood into the furnace. Who would have thought that after she put in a few pieces of firewood, the furnace, which was still burning, suddenly had a burst of black smoke and the fire was extinguished. "Cough cough, what kind of broken firewood is this? It can't make a fire." Su Yali was a rich young miss. When had she ever suffered such grievances? She couldn't stand it anymore. She threw the firewood away and began to curse. A big slap came over, and Su Yali was slapped away. She rolled onto the street, her body covered in dust. When Su Chao saw this, he hurriedly went forward to help his sister. The blacksmith turned around and saw that he had a purple face and a tall and sturdy body. He was at least 2 meters tall and looked like a moving giant. He had a full beard on his face and didn't look like a blacksmith. He looked more like a butcher. Of all the sorcerers Yunsheng had met, there was no one like him. "You dare to hit me?" Su Yali's face was slapped like a steamed bun. 2 of her teeth were knocked out and her hair was messy. She looked very miserable. "I am Mo Gu. You guys are new students. Humph, do what I tell you to do. You can't even make firewood. Useless. Who told you to let go of the bellows? Scram, you two are no longer qualified to participate in the continent's Magic Elite Camp assessment." Mo Gu also had a fiery temper. Just like that, the Su siblings lost the opportunity to enter the continent's elite camp. Su Chao's face was gloomy. He helped Su Yali up and wanted to leave. What damnable assessment! What about her? She didn't do anything. Even though Su Yali was chased away, she still wanted to drag Yunsheng down with her. Yunsheng didn't say a word. She just casually picked up a piece of firewood. The magic elements in her hand wrapped around the wet firewood. A reddish fire magic element quickly wrapped around the firewood. The moisture in the firewood was dried in a cup. Yunsheng then started a fire and quickly reignited the stove. This series of actions seemed very simple, but the mystery behind it wasn't something that everyone could understand. To be able to subtly extract the moisture in the firewood without igniting it, Yun Sheng's ability to control fire was evident. "You guys forgot that you guys are magicians," Yun Sheng said indifferently. Yun Sheng had experience in collecting firewood in the past. She knew that the firewood in this season was easily damp. She needed to dry the firewood first. Seeing the fire magic element fluctuation in Yun Sheng's hand, Moge's interest was piqued. Not bad, the little girl's ability to control magic is still acceptable. You too, scram. If you don't scram, I'll let you know what it means to never return. The Su siblings could only dejectedly leave. Chapter 535. After chasing the Su brothers away, Moge no longer paid any attention to Yun Sheng and continued to forge. Yun Sheng was a living person, yet he directly ignored her, which made Yun Sheng a little depressed. Yun Sheng looked around the blacksmith's shop, but did not see any space-time magic array. It was said that the space-time magic array could only be activated through the guidance of each guide. Yun Sheng recalled that the notice clearly stated that the entire reporting period was 6 months. So, she must have to pass some test before she could see the space-time magic array. Yun Sheng tried to greet Moge again, but Moge was like a rotten egg with no seams, smelly and hard, and ignored Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng threw the firewood into the furnace, bored to death, and looked around. She quickly discovered that this blacksmith's shop was not ordinary. It looked like a very ordinary blacksmith's shop, but the weapons hanging here were not ordinary. The weapons were bows, spears, swords. Each style was very simple, but on each weapon, there was a flow of magical elements. There were also some armors. On the armors, there were also different magical effects. For example, there was a fiery red copper armor on the side, as if there were clouds of fire lingering around it. Yun Sheng was sure that this was an armor with the fire attribute. As long as it was worn, even if it was a warrior, it could withstand a powerful fire magic attack. This was a magic weapon. Yun Sheng quickly realized this point. This man called Moge, who seemed to have a very bad temper, was actually an outstanding magic weapon master. Moreover, he was a master who could create magic weapons, which was very rare on the continent. Magic weapons were a very special kind of weapon. It could integrate a part of the magic power into the weapon. The warrior who obtained the magic weapon, when attacking, would have a certain magic attack effect. Compared to ordinary weapons, the magic weapon's lifespan and attack power were longer. The continent's magic elite camp was indeed not simple, just a guide, but he was such a powerful magic weapon master. Yun Sheng couldn't help but think of the demon sealing arrow that she had learned in the elves. The magic bow and arrow used in the demon sealing archery was a kind of magic weapon. Although Yun Sheng had learned the demon sealing archery, she still didn't know how to forge magic weapons. Elves were a very talented race. Not only were they good at singing and dancing, but they could also make delicious elven fruit wine. Most of the elven weapons made by elven craftsmen were also top-quality weapons made by gods. When Yun Sheng was in the elf clan, she accompanied Divine Wind all year round and had seen many well-designed elven weapons. This also gave Yun Sheng the opportunity to come into contact with elven weapons that were unknown to the outside world. Yun Sheng's memory was amazing. She remembered many kinds of magic weapons and even the manufacturing process of magic armor and ceremonial robes. Seeing Yun Sheng staring at the weapon on the wall in a daze, Moses snorted, "Little girl, you must be dumbfounded. Have you ever seen such a powerful magic weapon? It's just passable. Although the forging process is good, the design of the weapon is too bad." Yun Sheng pursed her lips. She actually disliked Moge's craftsmanship. Yun Sheng was used to seeing the uncanny craftsmanship of the elves, so Moge's craftsmanship didn't catch Yun Sheng's eye. Moge was so angry that he shouted. He waved a hammer in his hand and almost smashed it towards Yun Sheng. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many new recruits in the continent's magic elite camp that he had chased away recently, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to recruit a single person. He really would have used the hammer to smash Yunsheng's little head. This little girl's brain must have been kicked by a mule. She actually dared to disdain his craftsmanship. As the only magic weapon craftsman in the continent's magic elite camp, Moge's fiery temper was a little famous in the entire camp. Isn't that right? Compared to the elves' elven armor, look at your armor. Can this be considered armor? It's clumsy and crude, and it's for magicians to wear. How many magicians can bear 50 to 60 kilograms of armor? Yunsheng said in disdain as she tugged at one of the sets of armor. The armor that Yunsheng was gesturing at was a heavy armor. It was also the armor that Moge was most proud of in the entire blacksmith's shop. He had used a special method and spent more than a year to meticulously forge this magic helmet. Wearing this armor, except for special light and dark magic, all other magic attacks could be blocked. When the invincible magic armor was forged, a mentor from the continent's magic elite camp wanted to buy it at a high price, but Moge refused. What? You said you have seen elven armor before. You, who are you? When Moge heard that Yunsheng had seen the elves' craftsmanship, his face immediately changed. My name is Yunsheng. I'm a new student going to the continent's magic elite camp to study. I lived in the Immortal Keeper Nation for 3 years in my early years, so I have some understanding of elven craftsmanship. Yunsheng patiently explained. Moge didn't believe it. He shook his head and said, "Little girl is too cunning. You actually dared to deceive this old man. I know, you must be a spy sent by my opponent. You are clearly a human, so how could you live in the Immortal Keeper Nation?" The entire continent knew that the elves of the Immortal Keeper Nation were xenophobic. Although Yunsheng was extraordinarily beautiful, she was still a human. Besides, even if she had some elven blood, most of the elven craftsmen only worked for the royal family. It was impossible for a mixed-blood human elf to enter the royal family's inner circle. Don't pretend to know if you don't know. That is this old man's masterpiece. You know what a masterpiece is. Moge stomped his feet in anger, but his tone was clearly much weaker. Actually, what Yunsheng said wasn't completely unreasonable. Moge's magic weapons were very powerful, but he wasn't very famous on the continent. The reason was that most of the magic weapons he made were too cumbersome. For those magicians who didn't have a good physique, a cumbersome magic weapon or magic armor could provide some protection, but it was too heavy. In the entire continent's magic elite camp, there were only a few magicians who were also magic teachers who could wear that kind of armor. Yunsheng rolled her eyes. She simply took a burnt branch from the side of the furnace and drew on the ground. Soon, a piece of magic armor that looked like a piece of clothing appeared. That was elven armor. Yunsheng had a few of them in her beast language ring. They were given to Yunsheng by divine wind in the early years. Although it was called armor, its style was no different from an ordinary ceremonial dress. Wearing this kind of magic armor, not only could it provide magic defense, it also wouldn't hinder one's movements. Moge was dumbfounded. He squatted on the ground like a child and didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 536. Suddenly, Moge jumped up and danced with joy while shouting, "That's right, this really is the elves' craftsmanship. Girl, no, master, teach this craftsmanship to me. This old man will agree to any condition you have." Moge was also a weirdo. He was several times older than Yunsheng, but now he was calling her master. There was no order of seniority at all. Yunsheng felt that this master Moge was really funny. He was like a child, temperamental. One moment it was raining, the next it was raining. She originally wanted to say that she only knew a little about the elves' craftsmanship, but she could give the elves' armor to Master Moge. As long as he carefully analyzed that armor, with Moge's many years of craftsmanship experience, it wouldn't be difficult to figure out the mystery. But after thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered her 1,000-year-old ice zither. Grandmaster Mo, there's nothing special about the elven race's craftsmanship. Teaching you is as easy as lifting a finger. But I do have something to trouble you with. Yunsheng took out her 1,000-year ice zither. Once the ice zither was taken out, even the picky Mo couldn't say anything. That zither was perfect and flawless. It was carved out of the best 1,000-year-old ice. The strings were made from the hair of an unknown magic beast. The whole zither had a special charm. If Mo had doubts about whether Yunsheng knew elves' craftsmanship before, but when he saw this zither, he was 70 to 80% convinced that Yunsheng really knew elves' craftsmanship. Master Mo, I want you to help me add a magic sealing effect to this zither. Yunsheng stroked the zither strings. Ever since she knew who Jiusheng's identity, Yunsheng had a special feeling for this zither that had a special meaning. She learned the magic sealing arrow technique, but the magic sealing arrow technique was an archery technique unique to the elves. After she left the elf kingdom, she didn't plan to use a bow anymore. If she could add a magic sealing effect to the zither, then when she used it, it would be more effective. Magic sealing effect. Master, you're really asking for too much. Do you know that the magic sealing effect is the most complicated of all the effects of magic? Mo clicked his tongue. He couldn't tell that this little girl, who looked so delicate and pretty, had such a black heart. A magic weapon with a magic sealing effect could be said to be something that all mages dreamed of. It wasn't that Mo didn't know how to do it, but to add a magic sealing effect without damaging the zither itself, the difficulty was not small, and the price to pay was too high. It was equivalent to asking Mo to put down all his work for the next month. Yunsheng had already guessed that Mo would not agree so easily, so she did not try to persuade him. Instead, she walked over to the stove. Casually, she pointed her magic scepter into the furnace, and an unusually colorful flame in the shape of a lotus jumped into the furnace. The fire in the furnace quickly underwent a qualitative change. The entire furnace was being burned by the raging fire, emitting a sizzling sound. Of course. That's elven hellfire. Seeing the beautiful flame tumbling in the furnace, the shape of the flame was like a slowly blooming lotus. The temperature of the flame was not small, and one could tell that it was a rare flame at a glance. Mo recognized the true origin of this flame at a glance. It was actually the rare elven hellfire in the world. Mo couldn't hold it in any longer. He immediately rushed to the front of the furnace, his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open. What was even more exaggerated was that there was saliva dripping from the side of his mouth, just like a starving beggar who saw a table of sumptuous dishes. Elven hellfire was known as the rarest flame in the boundless land. Any potion apothecary, alchemist, and weapon refiner dreamed of this flame because the elven hellfire could easily raise the quality of elixirs, magic potions, and magic weapons by a level. Mo himself was a fire mage, but his fire element was nothing in front of the ferocious elven hellfire. Yunsheng kept her magic scepter, and the fire immediately extinguished. Don't keep it. Moge's face was infatuated. He didn't care that he was a weapon refiner, and immediately grabbed Yunsheng without letting go. What's your name again, Yunsheng? No, little ancestor Yun, I'll call you little ancestor. Help me look after the fire for a month, just 6 months. As long as you help me look after the fire for 6 months, don't talk about zither or magic weapons, I'll give them all to you. 6 months, Yunsheng frowned. Thinking about it, the magic elite camp's reporting time limit seemed to be 6 months. She reluctantly haggled with Mo and finally settled on 5.5 months. Yunsheng nodded with satisfaction. 5.5 months passed very quickly. Yunsheng stretched and wiped her dusty face. Mo, that guy who didn't know how to be gentle with women, completely ordered her around like an animal. What using wind magic to pull the bellows, what using the elven hellfire to ignite, what finding ores, what refining ores, everything was taken care of by Yunsheng. However, it was also because of this that Yun Sheng had a new understanding of weapon refiners. She and Mo Gu got along surprisingly well, and on the day of parting, Mo Gu was actually somewhat reluctant to part with her. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Sheng couldn't learn advanced magic from him, he really wanted to keep Yun Sheng. In these 5.5 months, she was really tormented to death by this old guy Mo Gu. Not only did he learn the elven race's armor manufacturing, using the elven hellfire to refine 30 elven armors, but Mo Gu also improved Yun Sheng's Millennium Ice Scyther according to the agreement. Here, this is the Ice Scyther that this old guy has modified. Hee, remember to use it, then tell me if you want to improve it or not. Mo Gu looked at the Ice Scyther. He had integrated a part of the exquisite multicolored jade essence into the Ice Scyther. After adding this multicolored jade essence, the Ice Scyther became more graceful, and could also change its size according to Yun Sheng's thoughts. It was somewhat similar to Yun Sheng's exquisite beast pagoda. But the biggest change in this Ice Scyther was not only the body, but also its strings. The strings were still made from Hu Jiusheng's hair, but Mo Gu had added magic and wind magic to the strings. Master, thank you. The reporting time is almost up, I have to rush to the continent's magic elite camp. Yun Sheng's words of gratitude were sincere. She was also very reluctant to part with this master refiner who had a fiery temper on the outside, but was actually as simple as a child on the inside, but all good things must come to an end. Old guy, I really can't bear to part with you. Tell me, what is your purpose in entering the continent's magic elite camp? Although Mo Gu and Yun Sheng were very congenial, he didn't forget his identity as the guide of the continent's magic elite camp. Chapter 537. Every student of the mainland's magic elite camp must have an upright mind and not be afraid of hardship or fatigue. This was the reason why the mainland's magic elite camp set up a guide and why they chose Mo Gu as their guide. Last time, when the Su siblings came to the blacksmith's shop, Su Yali seemed to have a fiery temper and bad intentions. As for her brother, he seemed to be an honest person. Such a person did not meet the standards of the mainland's magic elite camp. With his temper, he probably wouldn't survive the first day in the mainland's magic elite camp. Mo Gu and Yun Sheng had been together for a while. He had observed Yun Sheng. This child was not only meticulous, but also very alert and two-faced. She could control the hellfire of the fairies, so there was no need to talk about her magical talent. That left the last test, which was the purpose of her learning magic. For many years, the mainland's magic elite camp had been pursuing a higher level of magic. Every student who entered the camp had a different purpose. When Mo Gu asked Yun Sheng pondered for a while. I want to learn dark magic. Yun Sheng did not avert her eyes, nor was she timid. Dark magic? Mo Gu did not expect that Yun Sheng's purpose was actually this. Why dark magic? You should know that dark magicians have a bad reputation on the mainland. You can control the hellfire of the fairies, so you can learn more advanced fire magic. Due to Moge's own cultivation, he had not been able to make any major breakthroughs in fire magic. Therefore, he had become a master refiner. His goal was to maximize the effectiveness of his fire magic. He saw the potential of an excellent master blacksmith in Yun Sheng. With Yun Sheng's own conditions, she had the potential to become an even better master blacksmith than Mo Gu. Master, that is the misunderstanding of the world towards dark magic. In my opinion, dark magic is destructive and dangerous, but if it is used to protect the people important to you, then it is not dark magic. Yun Sheng said frankly, my magic is used to protect the important people around me. This has nothing to do with the nature of the magic itself. Yun Sheng's real purpose of entering the mainland's magic elite camp is to protect the people who are important to her and take her mother back from the Zao state as soon as possible and find out the truth behind her mother's amnesia. Mo Gu was silent for a moment, then he took out 2 elven magic robes. One of them was the one that Yun Sheng had given to Mo Gu from the Immortal Keeper Nation, and the other was a magic robe made from the skin of a high-quality light rat. Here are 2 elven battle robes. I'll return one to you. As for the other one, take it with you and give it to a mage called Dark Gold. If you want to learn dark magic, remember to look for that Dark Gold guy when you reach the magic elite camp. Perhaps her temper is a bit strange, but little girl, you have to believe me. She is the most unique existence among dark magicians. Yunsheng took the 2 elven magic robes and bowed to Mo Gu. She truly admired this old man. Master, I have a bottle of water of life from the elves. It will be good for your body. Yunsheng took out a bottle of water of life and gave it to Mo Gu. You can go now. I've already activated the teleportation array. It's behind the house. Also, remember to take that cumbersome magic helmet with you. Give it to that silly boy you mentioned who is a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Mo Gu buried his head in the forging again, no longer paying attention to Yunsheng. The magic helmet he was talking about was the one that Yunsheng had previously disliked. It was a helmet that could defend against nature magic. Yunsheng had unintentionally mentioned to Mo Gu that she had an old friend who was a dual cultivator. He was also trained in the warrior elite camp and even knew some magic. She was naturally talking about Yi Baiming. After Yunsheng returned to Zhou State, she hadn't contacted Yi Baiming for the past 6 months. This time, she wanted to give him a mischievous surprise when she reported to the elite camp. Yunsheng took the magic helmet and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Sure enough, there was a magic array next to a prickly jujube tree in the back. Yunsheng turned around to look at the blacksmith shop. She couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant when she heard the sounds of hammering. Forget it, there will be a chance to meet again in the future. Yunsheng stepped into the space-time magic array. The moment she entered, there was a burst of sniffling in the blacksmith shop. The magic array of the Continental Magic Elite Camp was different from any of the space-time magic arrays that Yunsheng had experienced before. It was completely dark inside, and she couldn't even see her own fingers. She didn't know how much time had passed before she smelled the fresh fragrance of flowers. The darkness in front of her dissipated, and she was already standing in the midst of birds and flowers. The elite camp had always been famous on the mainland, but the strange thing was that even the students of the elite camp couldn't tell the specific location of the elite camp. Some people said that it had already exceeded the territory of the boundless land. Some people simply said that it was located on an island like Penglai. This was because the passage to the elite camp had always been a special magic array. After the students entered the elite camp, they were not allowed to go out easily unless they performed meritorious deeds or went out for training. The elite camp used a closed teaching method. It was not like the general academies or martial arts centers that had half-yearly holidays. Some people who joined the elite camp might not even be able to return once in more than 10 years. Like Yi Baiming, he had been in the elite camp for 3 years. But he didn't return to Zhou State even once. This time, Yunsheng had come to the magic elite camp to prepare for a long battle. If she didn't learn dark magic well and couldn't break through the bottleneck of the sky magician, she didn't plan to leave the elite camp. There was a crossroad under her feet. Around it were lush trees with all kinds of unknown flowers. From the fragrance of the flowers, it must be some precious herbs. There was a road sign on both the north and south sides of the road. On the road sign, there was a road sign. The road sign to the north said, Elite Camp of Martial Artists. The road sign to the south said, Elite Camp of Magicians. Just by looking at it from the outside, Yunsheng was completely unable to connect this tranquil and beautiful forest with the famous elite camp of the continent. It seemed that the two ends of this road were the elite camp of magicians and the elite camp of martial artists. Yunsheng counted the days. It had been almost 6 months since she received the notice. She had to leave and go to the elite camp of magicians to report. Thinking that she would be able to see Gufeng and abandon soon, Yunsheng was a little excited. As for Yi Baiming, she would go to the elite camp of martial artists to find him after she settled down. Yun Xing made up her mind and walked towards the south of the road. Facepalm, I spent a lot of money. Everyone who tipped me, recorded in the little red book. It's like the benefits of the Lotus brand. If you want the coquettish fox man to make a flashy appearance, quickly smash him with the monthly ticket. The fiercer you smash, the more glamorous your appearance. Chapter 538. After walking for about a mile, Yun Xing saw a magnificent academy. When she saw the continent's magic elite camp, Yun Xing had always thought that the Imperial Magic Academy was the most impressive academy in the continent. But today, when she saw the continent's magic elite camp, Yun Xing knew that in front of the continent's magic elite camp, the Imperial Magic Academy was nothing. The outside of the continent's magic elite camp was a forest, but inside, it was surrounded by clouds and mist. Yun Xing looked around, but she couldn't see how big the magic elite camp was. But one thing was for sure, the magic elements in the surroundings were very rich. Compared to the magic elements that Yun Xing felt on the 6th floor of the magic tower in the Imperial Magic Academy, the magic elements were much richer. Just the outside was already so rich in magic elements, one could imagine how rich the magic elements would be in the core area of the magic elite camp. No wonder so many people wanted to squeeze into the magic elite camp. Yun Xing was just about to walk towards the main entrance of the Magic Academy when she suddenly saw a magic fluctuation on her left side. A girl in red walked out from the magic array. It seemed that this was also a female student who had just arrived to report to the Magic Elite Camp. When Yun Xing saw the girl, she felt that she was somewhat familiar. The girl's appearance was very beautiful, like a ball of intense flame. Her skin was white and she was slightly shorter than Yun Xing. But it was a pity that such a beauty was cold. She also noticed that there was someone beside her, but she just walked straight past without even saying a word. Yun Xing was still trying to recall where she had seen this girl before, when suddenly there were a few rustling sounds. A few tall and handsome-looking martial artists rushed out from the side of the road. When they saw Yun Xing and the girl in red, their faces were filled with ecstasy. I say, our luck is not bad. It's already the last few days and we actually met two peerless beauties. A few martial artists spoke like a hooligan, but the do-chi emitted from their bodies was not simple at all. Yun Xing looked at them and saw that they were all early-stage marquis martial artists. Looking at their appearances, they were at most 16 or 17 years old. How could they have such cultivation? The red-clothed girl was also moved, but when she looked at the cultivators, there was only pure disgust in her eyes. Yun Xing stepped forward and said, "You must be the teachers of the warrior elite camp. We are new students. It's getting late, so please step aside and let us pass." That's right, that's right. We are the senior brothers and sisters of the mainland's warriors elite camp. What are your names? Do you want to give them to your friends? Several cultivators couldn't wait and scrambled to get to know Yun Xing and Yang Kai. The expressions of Yun Xing and the girl in red changed slightly. How could this group of people from the elite camp be so frivolous? If it weren't for their cultivation, Yun Xing and the others would really think that they were lechers on the streets. Yun Xing and the red-clothed girl were newcomers. They didn't know that because the elite camp was very close to each other, there were many connections between the mainland's magic elite camp and the mainland's warriors elite camp. This connection was related to the composition of the mainland's warriors elite camp. Similar to the Wuxia Limitless School, the ratio of men and women in the warriors elite camp was very unbalanced. The ratio of male elite martial artists was as high as 10-1. Moreover, most of the female martial artists were dinosaur class. Even if there were occasionally some who looked like flowers in the moon, they were quickly snatched away by other martial artists. What was even more ridiculous than the Wuxia school was that the mainland's elite camp was sealed. If you didn't meet the standards of the mainland's elite camp, you wouldn't be able to leave. Most of the people in the warriors elite camp were men. After they entered the warriors elite camp, they didn't know when they would be able to leave. Some people were still in the warriors' elite camp when they were 30 years old. Their personal problems couldn't be solved. As a result, even the dinosaur female martial artists were highly sought after. Every year, when new martial artists entered the warriors' elite camp, they would see a large banner outside the camp. On it was written, "Dear junior brothers, senior brothers warmly welcome you to the mainland's warriors' elite camp. But please remember one thing, the new junior sisters are ours, and the senior sisters in the camp are also ours. If those junior brothers who didn't know what was good for them didn't believe in heresy and went in with the intention of touching the female martial artists, they would be ruthlessly taught a lesson. If it was light, they would be crippled. If it was heavy, only death would await them." The mainland's elite camp, which only the elites of the mainland could enter, didn't prohibit armed fights and magic battles. This was because the instructors all agreed that only through constant competition could the students of the mainland's elite camp become true experts. No one knew when it started, but there was a martial artist in the warriors' elite camp who accidentally helped a female magician from the mainland's elite camp. From then on, the two of them became a couple. This matter later became the model of love in the mainland's warriors' elite camp. After all, martial artists and magicians naturally had the advantage of complementing each other. Martial artists were good at close combat, while magicians were good at long-range attacks. When the magician was chanting, a strong martial artist could protect the magician. When the two of them fought, their tacit understanding was also higher. In this way, those male martial artists of the right age who couldn't find a woman would wait outside the door of the mainland's magic elite camp every year when the new students of the mainland's magic elite camp reported in. If they met a female magician that they liked, they would rush up and confess. If the confession wasn't successful, then they could only openly snatch. Yun Sheng and that red-clothed girl were the last to report in this year's magic elite camp. Most of the male martial artists thought that there wouldn't be any good goods coming to their door, so they left first. Only a few male martial artists who were left behind didn't give up and stayed outside the magic elite camp. Who knew that they would really let a blind cat meet a dead mouse and meet two beauties of the highest quality? Just looking at the figures of Yun Sheng and the red-clothed girl, the few male martial artists who hadn't seen women for a long time started to salivate. The few of them didn't know what was good for them and started to discuss at the side. "Hey, which one do you want? I think the one in white is pretty good. She looks sweet and has two dimples when she smiles. She's so sweet. I like the one in red. Look at her chilly face. I like this kind of style." The few of them didn't even notice whether Yun Sheng and the red-clothed girl were willing or not. Yun Sheng's hearing was good. Coupled with her experience in the Wuxia Limitless School, when she combined the few of them's conversation, she more or less understood their purpose. Who would have thought that the mainland's warriors' elite camp would have such an unconventional tradition? However, with Night Fox's beauty, even in the mainland's warriors' elite camp where there were very few female martial artists, she should be very popular. Yun Sheng couldn't help but think sourly. Chapter 539. On the other side of the continent's elite magician camp, there were several magicians lurking in the forest, watching this scene with their eyes. It was a group of older magicians from the elite magician camp, both male and female. They also noticed what was happening outside. One of them was a male magician with short brown hair who looked to be 16 or 17 years old, with a few freckles on his nose. He also vaguely saw the two female magicians outside, and from their appearance, they seemed to be quite good-looking. "Do you want to go up and help? Recently, the continent's elite warrior camp has been too excessive. A few days ago, I heard that a new female magician was forcibly taken away. I don't think it's necessary. Those two came late, so they must have a sloppy temperament. They should be taught a lesson. Besides, they can't even deal with a few trash from the elite warrior camp, so they don't have the qualifications to join the magician camp. We don't accept trash here, otherwise, they will only drag us down during the blood refinement." The one who spoke was a female magician. When they heard the word blood refinement, the others were silent, not daring to speak. Her appearance was above average, but when she saw the appearance of Yun Sheng and the red-clothed girl, her eyes flashed with obvious jealousy. Another 2 vixens had come. At a glance, she could tell that they weren't good women and would definitely come to fight for the favor of her senior brothers. The female magician couldn't wait for the 2 female magicians to be taken away and their chastity sullied. This way, there would no longer be a place for them in the continent's elite magician camp. Yun Sheng's eyebrows slightly raised. Just a moment ago, she felt a powerful magic fluctuation. Based on her intuition, it came from 500 meters ahead. It seemed that there were already people in the magician camp who had noticed their embarrassing situation, but those people seemed to have the mentality of watching a show and didn't intend to help. They just arrived at the continent's elite magician camp and they want to show off their strength. Yun Sheng understood that competition was everywhere. Even in the continent's elite magician camp, vicious competition was inevitable. In this kind of place, if they didn't show off their strength as newcomers, they were afraid that they wouldn't have good days in the future. The red-clothed girl on the side was very impatient. She didn't say much and quickened her pace, wanting to pass by those unreasonable martial artists. But who would have thought that a wide-mouthed martial artist would reach out and stop her, a vulgar smile on his face as he reached out to touch the red-clothed girl's face. "Hey, junior sister, why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you can't wait to throw yourself into senior brother's arms?" How could the girl in red tolerate such frivolity? Her bright eyes spat out an angry roar as she pulled out her magic scepter. Like a sword, she sliced towards the warrior's finger. Yun Sheng's eyebrows twitched when she saw her magic scepter. That was. The first soul stone was, no wonder she felt that the red-clothed girl looked familiar. She was actually the princess of the eastern capital, Donghuangling, whom she had met once many years ago. When Yun Sheng and Donghuangling, were 6 years old, they went on an adventure together and obtained their first soul stone for each other. At that time, although the 2 of them were young, they were each other's first comrade in arms. This friendship didn't disappear with the passage of time. In the past few years, Yun Sheng and Donghuangling had grown up quite a bit. They were no longer as immature as they were when they were children. Yun Sheng's appearance and temperament had changed even more. She was completely different from the country bumpkin who had just come out of Banana Leaf Village. It was only because Donghuangling didn't recognize her. Reuniting with an old friend, Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. She didn't expect that the 2 of them would actually join the continent's magic elite camp together by chance. There were already 4 magic soul stones on Donghuangling's magic scepter. Compared to Yun Sheng, her magic scepter was actually 1 grade higher. It could be seen that in the past few years, she must have been very hard-working in her magic cultivation. A thunder explosion ball made sizzling sounds, and with a bang, it smashed towards that male martial artist. That male martial artist didn't expect that the other party would be so vicious right from the start. He was also shocked. The few martial artists beside him also became alert at the same time. Thunderclap Prison. Donghuangling's face was expressionless as she quickly chanted. The thunder explosion ball suddenly exploded, and countless lightning bolts crazily rushed towards that martial artist. It formed a thunderclap prison. The martial artist, who was trapped within the prison, let out a series of miserable shrieks. In just a short while, the martial artist, who was originally still alive, was instantly burned into charcoal. His appearance was indescribably miserable. Not far away, the few magicians who were quietly watching were all shocked by the red-clothed girl's vicious attack. Yun Sheng was also tempted in her heart. It's only been 6 years, how did Donghuangling become like this? Even if a living person died in front of her, she would still be indifferent. In the past, just by seeing a dead person, she would be so scared that her face would turn pale. Who wants to try again? Donghuangling's beautiful face was ice cold. Her gaze was like a knife as it swept past those martial artists. All of the martial artists took a step back and automatically opened up a path for Dong Huangling, to pass through. Dong Huangling, also ignored Yunsheng and directly walked towards the depths of the continent's magic elite camp. Ling. Yunsheng opened her mouth to speak, but the remaining few martial artists had already surrounded her. TSK, looking at her beautiful appearance, I didn't expect her to be a choking pepper. Those martial artists were still unwilling to give up. They once again set their sights on Yunsheng. Yunsheng was dressed in white, and her black hair was like the clouds. Her appearance was very otherworldly, just like a fairy that had descended into the mortal world. Those martial artists also noticed that Yunsheng was just a magic master. It's impossible for both of the freshmen to be so monstrous, right? Little junior sister, you must be scared, right? Look at how pale your face is. One of the martial artists who was relatively good-looking spoke with a tender tone. Like a big bad wolf approaching Little Red Riding Hood, he walked towards Yunsheng step by step. F***ck, you're the one who's pale. I was born with fair skin. Yunsheng scolded in her heart. However, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Senior brothers, you guys aren't bad people, right? You guys really just want to be friends with me? She looked just like a little white rabbit, causing the cultivators to forget about the tragedy that had happened earlier. They all smiled and surrounded Yunsheng. Little junior sister, don't be scared, we are all good people. We just want to be friends with you so that we can take care of each other when we go out on missions in the future. Don't worry, we will be very gentle. That's good, I will also be very gentle. However, senior brothers, I have a principle when making friends with people. Yunsheng said with a smile. On her face, 2 dimples could be seen. Her smile was so sweet that it could drown a person. The eyes of those martial artists were all straight. All of them were thinking in their hearts that they had earned a lot today. Although the little beauty in front of them was a bit sinister, this little beauty made up for everything. Especially her pair of eyes that could speak, and her clear and melodious laughter. The few of them were completely unaware that they had already been bewitched by Yunsheng's Shenong eyes. Chapter 540. Yunsheng took out the exquisite ice zither from her storage ring. I like music the most. Therefore, there is a requirement for being friends. The other party must be someone who understands music. Senior brothers, listen to this. If anyone can understand my zither music, we will be good friends. These warriors were all boorish people. They didn't know anything about music. But in front of the little beauty, pleasing her was the key. They all nodded their heads desperately. They were all willing to be Yunsheng's soulmates. What the hell is that freshman doing? The magicians who were hiding at the side were all confused. Why were the last 2 freshmen so strange? One was like an ice cube, killing people without blinking. The other one was actually surrounded by a group of perverts. She even said that she wanted to make friends with the zither. Could it be that this female magician was a fool? The zither music lingered in the air. Yunsheng actually sat on the ground. Her slender fingers were casually plucking the strings of the zither. Dressed in white, her eyes were like water. Under the green shade, Yunsheng seemed to blend into the surroundings. Just this scene alone was enough to make people intoxicated. The few martial artists were also intoxicated by the story. Yunsheng's plump lips curled into an imperceptible sarcastic smile. Her zither music suddenly changed. That change couldn't be detected by ordinary people. But it was this subtle change that made the warriors who were listening to the zither music suddenly jump up. They seemed to have lost their minds and started attacking each other. Every move was fatal. They were all ruthless. It was as if the other party had snatched their wife and owed them millions of yuan. What is going on? The magicians were dumbfounded. The freshman female magician had already put away her zither. With a smile on her face, she walked over. Behind her, the group of warriors were still fighting with all their might. "Senior brothers and sisters, may I ask where the dark gold instructor lives?" Yunxing completely ignored the senior magicians who looked as if they had seen a ghost. She had just played a chapter of the Dihong song. It was the same song that Yuan Bupo had used when he encountered Yun Sanglang. However, she had the Millennium Ice Zither in her hands at that moment. Moreover, with the help of Master Mo Gu, the zither had a demon sealing effect. The sound of the zither was extraordinary. "Dark gold mentor, head northwest. You'll see a few thatched cottages. That's the place." The brown-haired male sorcerer was still in a daze. He pointed at a small fork in the road behind him mechanically. Yunxing nodded with a smile and walked away. After a while, the magicians shuddered at the same time. What? Who did she say she was going to look for? Dark gold instructor. This new student must have a screw loose in his head. Absolutely. The fight at the front was not over yet. The female magician who had stopped the others from helping Yunxing earlier looked at the situation and ordered, "Go and pull those warriors apart. If they continue fighting, they might all die." How are we going to explain this to the warrior elite camp? The few of them went forward and used the water-binding magic to forcefully separate the warriors. After separating them, the magicians realized that 2 of them had died on the spot. Including the one who was turned into charcoal by the red-clothed girl earlier, there were 3 casualties in the warrior elite camp. The others were not in a better state. They were either heavily injured or had their flesh torn apart. Everyone couldn't help but think of the white-clothed female magician who had passed by earlier. She looked harmless, but who would have thought that her zither music would cause even more damage? Just as they were thinking about how to deal with this group of injured cultivators, a martial saint who looked like an instructor rushed over like an arrow from the direction of the mainland's elite warrior camp. It turned out that this warrior saint was called Qi Ri. Those lustful warriors were all Qi Ri's disciples. When he returned from his training today, he heard that his disciples had gone to the warrior elite camp to stop the new female magician. He scolded them for being useless and hurried over. Who would have thought that when he arrived at the scene, he would see such a miserable scene? His disciples were either dead or injured. One of them had already been burnt to a crisp, and the others were on the verge of death. Who dares to be so bold as to kill people? Qi Ri looked at the scene and was so angry that he almost fainted. Instructor Qi Ri, this was done by 2 freshmen. The magicians did not dare to offend the instructor of the warrior elite camp. After all, they often cooperated with the warrior elite camp when they went out to do missions. Conflicts between warriors and magicians were common, but it was the first time that they had caused so much damage in such a short period of time. 2 freshmen. They were just freshmen and they dared to be so bold. Qi Ri's eyes were about to burst. He picked up a seriously injured warrior and examined him. Qi Ri's face suddenly changed. But what caught Qi Ri's attention was that he noticed that except for 1 corpse that had traces of magic, the other corpses were all caused by a fight between warriors. At first glance, it must be because the other party used some kind of special magic that caused his disciples to kill each other. It seemed like there was an extremely powerful newcomer among the new students of the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Humph, today's matter, I will not let it go. Qi Ri picked up a few warriors who were still breathing. Each of these warriors weighed about 160 or 70 kilograms. Together, they weighed about 500 or 600 kilograms. But Qi Ri did not even frown as he carried them. He disappeared in the direction of the warrior elite camp. Central Town was the only town between the mage elite camp and the warrior elite camp. At the same time, it was the only place where the students of the 2 camps spent their time. In a tavern, groups of warriors each occupied a table and discussed their daily training with each other. A man in black sat in the corner. If one looked carefully, they would find that no one dared to approach the tables near him. The man was drinking. His eyes were deep as he looked at a pond outside the tavern. The man was about 16 or 17 years old. Because he practiced martial arts all year round, he had very attractive bronze skin. There was no excess fat on his strong body. He was only wearing a very ordinary black martial robe, but even the simplest style gave off a different feeling on his body. He did not say a word, but just by sitting there, he was like a noble god of war. His slightly wild long hair casually draped over his chest. His fox-like long and narrow gray eyes were indifferent. In the tavern, a few female warriors blushed and pointed at him. The male warriors had looks of jealousy and envy on their faces. Some people, even if they did not say a word, could still become the focus of attention. Yi Baiming was undoubtedly such a person. Chapter 541. Beside the pond, there were a few red-tailed dragonflies on the bristlegrass. Yi Baiming loved to drink at this table in the tavern. 3 years ago, ever since he came to the elite camp, he would come to this tavern for a few drinks every time he completed a training mission. He did nothing but look at the pond outside the tavern. The scenery of the pond reminded him of the situation in Banana Leaf Village. After he lost contact with Yun Sheng, he agreed to Yi Qingtian's condition and went to Banana Leaf Village. There was a scene of him and Yun Sheng when they first met. After he came to the elite camp, he kept writing letters to Jade Capital for 3 years, but he never received a reply. Unknowingly, Yun Sheng had been missing for 3 years. Even though he didn't know what happened to Yun Sheng in these 3 years and why she never contacted him, Yi Baiming knew that Yun Sheng would definitely come back. As long as she was still alive, she would definitely fulfill her promise to him and come to the elite camp. A warrior rushed in, his head full of sweat. Big news, I heard that a few of Red Sun's disciples were taken care of. Moreover, he was taught a lesson by 2 beautiful new female magicians. The moment he said this, the entire tavern went into an uproar. Other than Yi Baiming, almost all the warriors gathered around. Especially when they heard that the other party was 2 beautiful female magicians, all the warriors felt their blood boil. The elite camp only recruited students once every 3 years. Every time, the warriors would fight over the resources of the new female magicians, and it wasn't the first time someone died. But when was it ever done by a magician? Those new students were either humiliated or the older students from the elite camp couldn't stand it and came out to help. In these few days, the new students' registration was coming to an end. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many older students around the elite camp. Red Sun's disciples had also considered this factor, which was why they had set up an ambush along the way. Who would have thought that this time, they would suffer for the first time since the beginning of the world? You said it was 2 female magicians. And you're still a newbie? Don't tell me you got drunk and sprained your tongue. You're speaking nonsense. How strong can a newbie female magician be? At best, she should be a master magician, right? That level of magic is like a tickle to us. We won't even be seriously injured, let alone die. A beautiful female magician. How beautiful can she be? The male martial artist who came to pass on the message became anxious. He simply jumped onto a table and said, "What are you all making such a ruckus for? This is first-hand news from me. Whoever wants to hear it, buy me some wine. 1 pot of wine to answer 1 question." Just as the male cultivator finished speaking, a cup of wine suddenly flew through the air. The wine cup seemed to have grown eyes and landed exactly in the male cultivator's hand. That male martial artist was just about to start cursing. Who was the blind one who threw the wine cup without saying anything? He lowered his head and saw that the wine cup in his hand was full. Not a single drop of wine had spilled out when he threw the cup. He then looked at the person who threw the wine cup. The bustling tavern suddenly quieted down. Everyone then realized that the wine cup was thrown from Yi Baiming's direction. Gulp. The male cultivator who reported the news swallowed his saliva. It was actually him. Yi. Junior Yi, you're here too. Did I disturb your peace? The male cultivator's name was Bao Santong. He was quite famous in the continent's elite camp. The reason why he had some fame wasn't because of his strength, but because he was very well informed. He was very clear about all the gossip in the continent's elite camp, as well as the changes in the combat strength and magic rankings of the continent's elite camp. The continent's elite camp students usually had to give him some face. But Bao Santong didn't expect that Yi Baiming, who had always been a loner and didn't like to gossip, would be interested in finding out about the magic elite camp. Don't worry about it. What's the deal with the newbie female magician that you mentioned? Yi Baiming's handsome face had a trace of abnormality. How rare. Junior brother Yi Baiming, who had always been known as an unmoving iceberg, was actually interested in the newbie female magician from the continent's elite camp. If this news were to be sold to the female cultivators in the continent's elite camp, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Who was Yi Baiming? He was the youngest disciple who had joined the continent's elite camp 3 years ago. The welcoming ceremony for the newbies in the continent's elite camp was much more manly than the one in the continent's elite camp. A group of seniors stood at the entrance of the elite camp, greeting their juniors. Their purpose was to let the juniors know that in the future, they had to respect their seniors in the elite camp. When Yi Baiming appeared, he was immediately surrounded by a group of martial cultivators because of his godlike appearance and his noble aura. But unexpectedly, Yi Baiming retreated unscathed, while the martial cultivators who wanted to teach him a lesson were all beaten to the ground. The most ridiculous thing was that no one had found out how he did it. That was the first time Yi Baiming had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. The second time was during the annual examination of the mainland's warriors' elite camp. Yi Baiming, who had disappeared after choosing a mentor, had once again risen as a dark horse. As a freshman, he challenged dozens of martial cultivators who were ranked in the top 200 of the martial prowess list and killed his way to rank 101st. But after he succeeded in his challenge, he didn't continue to fight. Instead, he directly gave up on the next few matches. Because according to the rules, anyone who entered the top 100 in the continent's elite camp had to undergo a special trial. Yi Baiming, for some reason, didn't want to enter the special trial so quickly. Because of his strength and outstanding appearance, Yi Baiming had many admirers even in the warrior elite camp where there were very few female students. Even in the magician elite camp, there were many talented and outstanding female students who had a good impression of him. According to what Bosan Santong knew, the magician elite camp's famous beauty, Chen Lian, had a good impression of him. It was said that the two of them were close friends. Unfortunately, Yi Baiming didn't know how to flirt. He usually ignored both female martial cultivators and female magicians. Other than practicing martial arts, he would drink at this table in the tavern. This had already become Yi Baiming's personal symbol. This kind of person treated him to a drink and even wanted to find out about the opposite sex. Gossip, there must be some gossip. Bosan Santong was like a cat that smelled blood. He simply ignored the surrounding martial cultivators and jumped down from the table. In a few steps, he scurried to Yi Baiming's table. When he reached the table, he didn't dare to sit down. He carefully drank a mouthful of wine. Junior Yi, you also want to know about the two female magicians? Who do you want to listen to? Is it Little Iceberg? Or Beauty Yuqin? Chapter 542. In just half a day's time, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling had already become famous in the two camps. Both of them were around the same age, and both of them were famous for being vicious and merciless. Yun Sheng was dressed in white and had an angelic face. She held a strange jade zither in her hands, which was why she was called Beauty Jade Zither. Dong Huangling was dressed in red. Although she had a charming face, she was vicious and merciless. Yi Baiming's heart skipped a beat when he heard these two strange names and heard the zither. What's up with Beauty Jade Zither? Hee, junior brother Yi, you've asked the right person. I have first-hand information about her. Bo-san sat down in front of Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming frowned. Bo-san, there are only 3 people who can sit opposite me. The only people who could sit opposite him were his 2 friends and Yunsheng. The Bo-san in front of him wasn't his friend. Bo-san didn't dare to ask who those 3 people were. As if his butt was burned, he stood up and thought to himself. As expected of junior brother Yi. Just by frowning, he looks so good. It's a pity that he's too cold. Sigh, I wonder if I'll have the chance to see junior brother Yi smile in my lifetime. Junior brother Yi, you're asking about Beauty Jade Zither, right? I heard that she's very beautiful as a fairy. The scariest thing is that not only is she beautiful, she's also very sinister. Those martial artists had thought that she was a harmless little junior sister. How would they know that her zither music was so powerful? I was so muddle-headed that I actually let a group of martial artists kill each other. When the warriors in the pub saw that Bo-san was called over by Yi Baiming, they didn't dare to go up and snatch Beauty Jade Zither. All of them stood far away. No one dared to go up. Bo-san wanted to keep them in suspense and purposely paused. Beauty Jade Zither, could it be that Yunsheng is here? But why didn't she contact me? Yi Baiming's heartbeat quickened. Bao Santong was bored of waiting. Seeing that Yi Baiming wasn't pressing him, he didn't say anything either. On the other hand, the warriors at the side couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Bao Santong, why don't you tell us where the girl is? Also, how beautiful is she? How does she compare to Sister Lan and junior sister Chen Lian, in the Magic Elite Camp? Sister Lan and Chen Lian, were the most outstanding beauties in the Magic Elite Camp. They were the dream lovers of countless male warriors in the Warrior Elite Camp. I heard that the appearances of those 2 young ladies are even better than those 2. No one believed Bo-san Santong's words. Don't doubt it, but no matter how beautiful they are, it's useless. I heard that those 2 ladies aren't easy to deal with. One of them used the advanced spell, Heavenly Lightning Fire Prison, and the other one is even more ridiculous. Not only can her music confuse people's hearing, it also has a magic sealing effect. When Bao Santong first heard the news, he wanted to take a look at the 2 beauties. But when he saw his fellow disciples being carried back, he lost interest. Those fellows were miserable. According to Red Sun's teacher, the magic sealing effect on them couldn't be removed in a short period of time. Not only that, I also heard that Beauty Yuqin wanted a dark gold teacher as her teacher. When Bao Santong said this, everyone in the tavern sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, someone actually had the guts to ask a dark gold teacher to be their teacher. Dark gold teachers were the most eccentric teachers in the Magic Elite Camp. They were also the most cruel to their disciples. Just in the past few years, more than a dozen mages had died under their training. The biggest characteristic of a dark gold teacher was that they were mages proficient in dark magic. To most mages, especially these genius mages, dark mages were the symbol of evil. No one could understand why the continent's Magic Elite Camp would have an additional dark magic course. Who cares if she's Beauty Jade Zither, as long as she's with dark gold, she's probably going to die soon. A group of cultivators sighed and urged Bao Santong, that Beauty Jade Zither is going to be crippled, why don't you talk about that little iceberg? Although a beauty was beautiful, once she became a dead beauty, there was no point in talking about her anymore. Bao Santong was still talking about that, but when he turned around, he realized that Yi Baiming had already disappeared. But when did he leave? No one in the tavern noticed. She knew how to control people with her music, sealed magic, and even found a dark gold teacher to be her teacher. It's her. Yunsheng, it's Yunsheng. Yi Baiming had drunk a lot today. After hearing this news, he felt that the blood in his body seemed to be surging crazily because of the effect of the alcohol. Only at this moment did Yi Baiming realize how much he missed Yunsheng. That kind of longing might have only been hidden in the depths of his heart, but with Yunsheng's appearance, he wanted to see her. He wanted to hug her fiercely in his arms and angrily question her. Wave after wave of impulses came one after another. Even with Yi Baiming's strong control, he couldn't control himself at this moment. He even forgot to use space-time magic. In an instant, he had already left Wuxia town and stood outside the magic elite camp. However, at the periphery of the elite camp, Yi Baiming met a few patrolling mages. It turned out that because of Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger, those few senior mages had already returned to the camp and immediately reported the news to the mentors. The mentors were worried that the people from the warrior elite camp would be unhappy and come to cause trouble. Thus, they ordered people to patrol outside the camp. At the same time, they also ordered people to find the two new mages who were late and ask them what happened. Get out of the way. Yi Baiming's strange appearance caused the few students from the warrior elite camp to be vigilant. Among them, there were also some who recognized Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, warriors are not allowed to enter the warrior elite camp without permission. They also knew that Yi Baiming was the most outstanding warrior in the warrior elite camp in the past 3 years. It was said that his strength was unfathomable. Even some mentors didn't know who he was dealing with. Yi Baiming clenched his fist and looked towards the depths of the warrior elite camp. The closer he got, the more he was sure that Yun Sheng was definitely Yun Sheng. After not seeing each other for 3 years, the magic soul in his body crazily longed to meet Yun Sheng's magic soul. This feeling became more and more intense as he got closer to the warrior elite camp. The consequences of barging into the warrior elite camp is not something you can bear. As the few mages spoke, they took out their magic scepters. Yi Baiming snorted. Suddenly, the sound of warrior energy flashing through the air came from behind. Qi Ri and a few ferocious-looking warriors flew over from the sky and headed straight for the elite magic battalion. Not good, the people from the warrior elite camp are here. Immediately informed the mentors. Only then did the few mages realize how serious the situation was. While they were still in a daze, Yi Baiming's figure disappeared and followed the few mentors towards the depths of the warrior elite camp. Chapter 543. At this moment, Yun Sheng was still strolling around in the magic elite camp. After taking care of those warriors who didn't know what was good for them, she kept her zither. She didn't know that in less than an hour's time, she had already become one of the most popular people in the continent's magic elite camp. The continent's magic elite camp was indeed a place where the continent's magician geniuses gathered. As Yun Sheng walked around, she discovered a lot of special magic devices. The magic lamps that could only be seen in the Royal Magic Academy were everywhere here. In the magic elite camp, there were also all kinds of devices that could be used to recover magic power. The students only needed to use one empire's gold coin to obtain the right to use it once. Yun Sheng was still in the magic elite camp. She saw a lot of senior magicians who suddenly appeared and disappeared in front of her. She thought that they must have mastered the earth escape magic. Although Yun Sheng asked for directions just now, the magic elite camp was too big. Furthermore, there were some places that were set up with magic mazes. After walking for half an hour, she still couldn't find the residence of the dark gold-rank teacher. Feeling helpless, she could only ask a few people along the way. In the end, when she asked them, the moment they heard that she was looking for the dark gold-rank teacher, they were so scared that they immediately ran away as if they had seen a ghost. That's weird. Why are all of them acting as if they had seen a ghost? Yun Sheng curled her lips. She walked a few more steps forward and finally saw a low thatched hut. In the magic elite camp, there were magic tents that were similar to Mongolian yurts. Although these magic tents didn't look like much from the outside, the facilities inside were all top-notch. According to the needs of the magic students, the magic space inside could be expanded. The level of luxury was not inferior to a normal mansion. Therefore, when Yun Sheng saw the thatched hut, she was puzzled. Why was it that the teacher's house was so much worse? Yun Sheng had just walked a few steps when she suddenly noticed that there was someone standing in front of the thatched hut. Her clothes were red like blood. It was actually Dong Huangling, who left her behind without saying a word. Why is she here too? Yun Sheng walked forward. When Dong Huangling saw her, she ignored her and stood at the side. Although Dong Huangling was a bit unruly in her early years, she was a very passionate person. How did she become someone who was even colder than an iceberg in just a few years? When Dong Huangling saw Yun Sheng walking over with a relaxed look on her face, a look of astonishment appeared on Dong Huangling's face. Before she joined the mainland's magic elite camp, she had heard from a female court mage who had studied in the mainland's magic elite camp that the mainland's magic elite camp wasn't as beautiful as the outside world thought. This was especially true for freshmen. The first 2 years of freshmen entering the continent's magic elite camp had the highest mortality rate. 50% of them died during training, while the other 50% died due to competition between the freshmen. Therefore, there was another name on the continent's elite camp was called the Hell Concentration Camp. The mainland's magic elite camp implemented an elimination system. The chance to learn high-level magic and even profound magic was very limited. In order to fight for the limited chance to learn high-level magic, the freshmen would secretly use all kinds of methods. Therefore, the female court mage had long warned Dong Huangling that once she met a freshman, no matter how harmless the other party looked on the surface, she couldn't trust him or her. In the mainland's magic elite camp, there was no true friendship. You are also here to look for a dark gold teacher? Yun Sheng asked. Suddenly, Yun Sheng looked at Dong Huangling, strangely, your cultivation, what kind of special secret technique did you use to increase your cultivation? Yun Sheng was still feeling strange about how Dong Huangling was able to increase her cultivation from an archmage to a saint mage in just a few years' time. After taking a closer look, she discovered that the magic elements on Dong Huangling's body were very unstable. Clearly, there was something fishy about her cultivation. Who are you? Dong Huangling pointed her magic scepter at Yun Sheng. On her iceberg-like face, a trace of killing intent appeared. How did you know that I used? You are still the same old temperament, always pointing your magic scepter at others. I have said before, magic scepters can only be pointed at enemies. Yun Sheng calmly took out her bewitching bone scepter. When Dong Huangling saw that special bewitching bone scepter, astonishment and disbelief appeared on her face. In her mind, she was rapidly searching for all the memories related to this magic scepter. In the deepest part of her memories, she carefully hid them to hide the memories of her weakness and weakness. Unexpectedly, the fluctuation in Dong Huangling's expression disappeared very quickly. With a pa sound, she used her magic scepter to knock away Yun Sheng's bewitching bone scepter. Yun Sheng didn't pay attention, and that bewitching bone scepter spun in the air, drew an arc, and landed on the ground. I don't know what you are talking about. Dong Huangling turned her head away, not looking at Yun Sheng. Looking at her, it was as if she didn't know Yun Sheng at all. Could it be that she doesn't remember what happened back then? Yun Sheng was also a bit angry. Without saying a word, she bent down and was about to pick up her magic scepter. Just when Yun Sheng bent down, her ears moved slightly, and she heard a series of messy footsteps not far away. Immediately after, a wind sickle attacked without any warning. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling raised their eyebrows at the same time. Yun Sheng lightly tapped her feet and used the footwork that Night Demon Queen taught her, dodging those few fatal wind sickles. The magic scepter was still far away, at the original position of the magic scepter. There was already a mark that was 2 feet wide on the magic scepter. If it wasn't because Yun Sheng dodged quickly just now, that mark would have landed on her body. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling's eyebrows twitched at the same time, and a trace of hostility could be seen between their eyebrows. Who was it that actually dared to be so ruthless? Yun Sheng raised her head and saw the person who did it. A group of magicians wearing the exquisite magician robes of the elite camp ran over from the other side of the road. Yunxing recognized the person in the lead with a single glance. Almond-shaped eyes and willowy eyebrows. Her eyes were always filled with arrogance. It was actually Chen Lian, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Only now did Yunxing recall that Chen Lian had already left Zhou State for a long time. Back then, because Yunxing was trapped in the immortal Zhou nation, Chen Lian naturally obtained the qualifications to come to the elite camp together with Yi Baiming. Chen Lian's talent in magic was originally not bad. Looking at her appearance right now, she seemed to be doing quite well in the elite camp. From the looks of it, her following days in the elite camp wouldn't be peaceful. Chen Lian, and the other senior magicians of the elite camp instantly arrived in front of Yunxing and the others. It really is you. Yunxing. Chen Lian hadn't seen Yunxing for 3 years. Chapter 544. 3 years ago, Chen Lianer heard that Yunxing had gone missing. It was said that she had angered the elves of the immortal Keeper nation and ended up without a corpse. After hearing this news, Chen Lianer was happy for a long time. She thought that as long as Yunxing was gone and Yi Bailian was dead, then all the obstacles between her and Yi Baiming would disappear. But who would have thought that on the eve of her departure to the mainland's elite camp, she would find Yi Baiming and invite him to travel with her so that they could take care of each other in the future. She explained to Yi Baiming that she had received permission from the Zhou State's emperor to kill the useless crown prince Yi Bailian. She had no other choice. Yi Baiming sneered and ignored her, leaving Jade Capital alone. Chen Lianer did not give up. She went to the mainland's elite camp first, thinking that time would change everything. Yunxing was gone. As the two geniuses chosen by the Zhou State, she and Yi Baiming would definitely fall in love with each other. But who would have thought that Yi Baiming would always be indifferent to her? What was worse was that just a month ago, she found out from the Chen clan's letter that Yunxing had returned to Jade Capital safely. What was even more infuriating was that not only did she return, she even helped old General Yun break through to Martial Emperor. Yunxing. Every time she returned, nothing good would come out of it. Since that day, Chen Lianer had been looking forward to Yunxing's arrival at the mainland's elite camp. Because only then would she be able to teach Yunxing a lesson. She wanted to let Yunxing know that in the past 3 years, she, Chen Lianer, was completely different from before. Yunxing's magic scepter was still lying not far away. Chen Lianer stood to the side, empty-handed. When she saw Yunxing's appearance, a trace of resentment flashed across Chen Lianer's eyes. After 3 years of not seeing each other, Yunxing had become even more beautiful. In the past, Chen Lian was barely comparable to Yunxing in terms of appearance. But now, after the baptism of the spring of life, Yunxing, whose temperament was similar to that of a fairy, was far superior to Chen Lian. In particular, her eyes were especially beautiful. They were as bright as the most resplendent diamond and as deep as a serene lake. They were captivating, refined, and carried a bit of charm. This kind of Yunxing made even Chen Lianer, who was also a woman, feel dazed. Chen Lianer was shocked. If Yi Baiming saw Yunxing like this, no, he definitely couldn't let him see. Yunxing also noticed that Chen Lianer's cultivation had improved a lot compared to before. 3 years ago, Chen Lianer's magic cultivation was only a master magician. But now, her magic scepter was embedded with 4 magic soul stones, and they were all wind-type magic soul stones. She was now a saint magician. The continent's magic elite camp's training was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was very difficult for anyone to break through to become a saint magician in 3 years in any other place on the continent. Chen Lianer also saw the rare look in Yunxing's eyes. She was secretly pleased. I didn't think that you would have a day like this. Every dog has its day. Chen Lianer sneered. She was no longer the Chen Lianer of the past. She also noticed that there were only 3 magic soul stones on Yunsheng's magic scepter that had rolled to the side. It had been 3 years, and Yunsheng's cultivation had not improved. She was just an ordinary master magician. There was a magic realm difference between her and Chen Lianer. In the continent's magic elite camp, the weakest of the new students was at least a mid-stage or peak master magician. Most of the older students were saint magicians, and the top 50 were even sky magicians. People like Yunsheng could not have a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer naturally did not know that Yunsheng was also a saint magician. However, her 4th soul stone was the Night Demon Queen's soul stone. Others could not see it with the naked eye. Yunsheng now looked like she was only at the level of a master magician. This was also deliberately done by Yunsheng. In a place like the continent's magic elite camp, there were as many geniuses as dogs. Compared to them, she would rather be a mediocre person who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. What Chen Lianer was talking about was naturally the time when Yunsheng knocked her magic scepter out of the ground 3 years ago. The magicians behind Chen Lianer also chimed in. Chen Lianer's mentor was a senior mentor in the continent's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer was his new disciple. She was now considered a top figure in the continent's magic elite camp. She was beautiful, had a sweet mouth, and had a good family background. She was generous. In these 3 years, there were many magicians who admired her or tried to curry favor with her. Among the magicians who were watching the new students being bullied at the entrance, one of them was under the same mentor as Chen Lianer. When she told Chen Lianer about the new students' appearances, Chen Lianer knew that one of them was actually Yunsheng. Thus, she rushed over with the goal of embarrassing Yunsheng. That's right. The so-called river flows east and river flows west. Isn't it referring to people like you, Crown Princess? AI, that's not right. That short-lived former Crown Prince has passed away. I should call you former Crown Princess. AI, that's not right. I forgot that you were the Crown Princess of the former Crown Prince before. The correct way to address you should be double material consort. It's been a long time since we last met. Double material consort, you're still as beautiful and charming as before. Yunsheng had a teary look on her face. Chen Lianer was very afraid of mentioning Yi Baiming's death in front of others. That would cause others to misunderstand that she had a fate of bringing bad luck to her husband. She was even more afraid of people mentioning the marriage between her and Yi Baiming when they were young. That would cause others to misunderstand that she was a fickle and vain woman. In the continent's magic elite camp, there were very few people from Zhou State. Thus, there were even fewer people who knew about Chen Lianer's background. Normally, when she was in the elf camp, she would always have the attitude of a cold beauty. Who would have thought that when she saw Yunsheng today, Yunsheng would actually reveal her past completely with just a few words? Immediately, those admirers behind her started to discuss among themselves. Although Dong Huanglinger didn't know about the conflict between Yunsheng and Chen Lianer, when she saw Chen Lianer's arrogant look, she didn't like it. However, who would have thought that Yunsheng would actually counterattack like this? Chen Lianer couldn't even flare up at Yunsheng, and her face became as long as a horse's face. Yunsheng. You little bitch. Don't think that you can get away with it just because you have a sharp tongue. As a new student, you have just reported to the magic elite camp, and you have already killed a fighter and heavily injured a few others. You are clearly trying to provoke the conflict between the magic elite camp and the fighter elite camp. Chen Lianer was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices due to Yunsheng. In the continent's magic elite camp, it was very common for seniors to use their status and strength to suppress freshmen. Therefore, those teachers wouldn't casually get involved in this. In the few thatched houses behind her, 2 black figures were looking outside. One of them was a woman. The other person was standing at a corner of the house that was hiding from the light. Thus, one couldn't see her face clearly. The 2 of them were looking at everything that was happening outside. Chapter 545. Teacher, those two seem to be new students. From the looks of it, they are here to learn dark magic from you. Now that they are being bullied, do you want me to? The girl in the house seemed to be very amiable, but from time to time, shrewdness would flash across her eyes. No need. If you can't even deal with a few mediocre people, you don't have the qualifications to be my student. The earlier you scram, the earlier you can scram. The voice of the magician that spoke was hoarse. The two of them looked outside the window. The age, appearance, and even the gender of the magician were unclear. However, the magic power that was emitted from the magician's body carried traces of dark magic. Outside the thatched house. Condemn. You mean to say that I have to cooperate with the warriors of the warrior elite camp when they are teasing and insulting me? Then, I dare to ask the few of you here, is this the continent's warrior elite camp or a brothel? How much is the dignity of the warrior elite camp worth? Yunxing's pupils shrunk, and the aura that she was emitting suddenly changed. The expression of Chen Lianer and the others changed. Just when the few female magicians were about to flare up, a trace of joy appeared in Chen Lianer's eyes. Impudent! Where did you come from? You actually dared to call us warriors of the continent's warrior elite camp brothel patrons? In the sky, a few more warriors appeared. Behind their backs, there was a pair of battle chi wings. Every single one of them was dressed in martial attire. Even though they were looking at them from afar, they were all martial saint experts. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger's heart trembled at the same time. Especially Dong Huanglinger. She didn't expect that she would see so many martial saints the moment she arrived at the continent's warrior elite camp. In the eastern capital, there were only one or two martial saint experts. The continent's warrior elite camp was indeed filled with experts. While feeling shocked, Dong Huanglinger couldn't help but feel anxious for Yunsheng. In her impression, Yunsheng was just being cautious. But today, why did she speak so carelessly? Yo, after beating up the students, a teacher came. However, it's fine. If you want to come, then come together. After all, we, the warrior elite camp, don't have any teachers or backing. If we're crippled or dead, we'll just admit that we deserve it. We're just unlucky to encounter something like a martial artist bullying a magician. After Yunxing finished speaking, he glanced at the straw hut behind him from the corner of his eyes. Let's see how long you're going to endure. You're the sorceress who attacked. You're so young, yet you're so vicious. I can't let you live. In the sky, the martial sage was so angry that his hair stood on end. Originally, he just wanted to find the female magician who used the demon sealing technique to suppress the battle chi of the disciples. He wanted to ask her how she did it and teach her a lesson. After all, the other party was a freshman while he was a teacher. Furthermore, he was the one in the wrong. But who would have thought that he would hear this female sorcerer describe the disciples of the elite camp as brothels? How could this be? Such a student must be taught a good lesson. Funny, really funny. You said that I killed and injured your disciple. If I didn't resist, what would have happened to me? Only the magistrate is allowed to set a fire, but the commoners are not allowed to light a lamp. Who would have thought that the instructors of the continent's elite camp are only so-so? Yunsheng had a sharp tongue. The other party was only a martial artist. In terms of verbal skills, they were no match for her. I was the one who killed them. If you want to fight, count me in too. Dong Huanglinger took out her magic scepter. The moment she took out her magic scepter, Chen Lianer noticed that she was also a saint magician. A freshman is also a saint magician. Only now did Chen Lianer notice that the female magician who came with Yunsheng to look for the dark gold-ranked teacher was better than the others in terms of both appearance and cultivation. You're quite loyal. Since that's the case, let's see how powerful the elite camp is. Yunsheng nodded her head towards Dong Huanglinger. The latter hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head as well. Yunxing took out a magic robe from her beast language ring and said, "Here, this is a greeting gift for you. I originally planned to give this to the dark gold rank teacher, but he doesn't seem to be around right now." Donghuan Linger caught the magic robe. Just when she touched the corner of the magic robe, suddenly, the magic robe was snatched away by someone. The voice of the person who suddenly barged in was a bit hoarse. Her appearance was even weirder. She was a middle-aged female magician. Her eyes were actually a pair of weird pupils. She looked like a ghost. Yunxing noticed that when the dark gold rank teacher appeared, Chen Lianer and the other magicians couldn't help but take a few steps back. From the looks of it, they seemed to be very afraid of this teacher. It was as if something would happen if they were to get a few steps closer to him. Donghuan Linger had a face full of curiosity. She didn't pay much attention to the strange appearance of the dark gold-ranked teacher. The dark gold-ranked teacher was one of the magic teachers of the elite camp. At the same time, he was also the only dark magician in the elite camp. The magic teachers of the elite camp were also divided into different grades. They were the preparatory teacher, beginner teacher, intermediate teacher, and advanced teacher. The grades of the teachers were differentiated according to the corresponding color of their clothes. The preparatory teacher's clothes were blue, the beginner teacher's clothes were orange, the intermediate teacher's clothes were red, and the advanced teacher's clothes were gold. Although the dark gold rank teacher's name had the word gold, he was wearing an orange teacher's robe. He was only a beginner teacher. However, the few martial sages in the sky were wearing red robes. They were all intermediate teachers. Furthermore, the other party had 4 people while the dark gold-ranked teacher only had 1 person. At first glance, the dark gold-ranked teacher was obviously at a disadvantage. However, she didn't have the slightest bit of fear on her face. After the dark gold-ranked teacher appeared, he wasn't in a hurry to ask about the ins and outs of the matter. His pair of weird eyes landed on Yunxing's face. In his eyes, there were 2 Yunxing's reflection. "Little girl, you're quite scheming." From the moment Yunxing opened her mouth to the moment she threw out the magic robe, the dark gold-ranked teacher had seen the entire process. She provoked him step by step. She was very smart. "Teacher, you're too polite. How can I compare to you in terms of composure? The magic robe in your hand was given to you by Master Mo Gu. See if it's suitable. If it's not suitable, I can help you modify it." Yunxing smiled. This smile was like a beautiful scene. Even though the dark gold-ranked teacher was a woman, she couldn't help but be dazzled by Yunxing's smile. "You know Mo Gu? You know how to modify magic robes?" The dark gold-ranked teacher was more concerned about Yunxing's words. The mages on the side, including the martial sage teachers in the sky, couldn't help but be shocked when they heard that Yunxing knew Mo Gu and even knew how to modify magic robes. Everyone in the elite camp of the continent knew Mo Gu. In other words, everyone in the elite camp of the continent, regardless of whether they were from the martial sage elite camp or the magic sage elite camp, hoped to obtain one of Moge's magic robes. To a martial sage, a magic robe could effectively resist magic attacks. To a mage, it could increase magic agility and magic defense. It was a treasure that everyone wanted. However, in the entire continent, other than the immortal abode nation, there was only one person who could make magic robes, Mo Gu. Chapter 546. Mo Gu was an old man with a strange temper. If he liked someone, he would give them a magic robe for free. If he was not willing, even if you gave him 10,000 purple gold coins, he would still be indifferent. Looking at the magic robe in his hand, Dark Gold discovered that this magic robe was completely different from the other magic robes he saw before. It was light and exquisite, looking like the work of the elves. Could it be that Mo Gu had reached the age where he had 1 foot in the coffin and his crafting skills had reached a new level? Why didn't he advance earlier or later? Why did he have to make a breakthrough right after the arrival of this fairy-like girl? Dark Gold took a glance at Yunsheng and saw that she was also wearing a magic robe. With one look, Dark Gold's pupils suddenly shrank. Her pupils merged together, forming a dark brown pupil. Hiss, even though Dark Gold had been a teacher in the continent's magic elite camp for tens of years, he was still unable to see through this female mage who had the aura of an elf and a human. Dark Gold took another look at Yunsheng's magic scepter. With this look, Dark Gold almost jumped. What kind of configuration is this? A mutated magic soul stone, a demon soul stone, and an elf fire soul stone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dark Gold sighed in his heart. No wonder Moge's crafting skills increased greatly. It turned out that he met the inheritor of elf fire. Dark Gold thought about Yunsheng's words and actions and came to a conclusion. Yunsheng also handed over the recommendation letter that Grandmaster Mo asked her to bring to Dark Gold. Yunsheng did not know what was written in the letter. However, after Dark Gold read it, his expression became more amiable. You, from today onwards, will be my student. Dark Gold pointed at Yunsheng. Dark Gold teacher. Please accept me as your student too. Seeing that Dark Gold accepted Yunsheng, Donghuang Linger was waiting for him to continue. However, Dark Gold did not even look at her. Instead, he looked at the few martial saint teachers in the sky. The few of you, do you really think that there is no one in my magic elite camp? How dare you take advantage of your seniority and bully Dark Gold? As soon as Dark Gold finished speaking, the magic scepter in her hand that looked like it was made of cast iron hit the ground hard. There was almost no chanting, but the ground shook, and 4 streams of dense black gas rose up like 4 tornadoes. The tornadoes were actually 4 black flood dragons. The horned flood dragons rose from the ground like 4 abysses. Wherever they passed, the leaves and plants would disappear without a trace. The 4 Jiao winds surrounded the Dark Gold instructor like 4 ferocious beasts. They were filled with murderous intent. The Dark Gold instructor's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The expressions of the martial saints changed greatly. And Jean, you've got guts. We'll come back another day. The few martial saint mentors who had been majestic just a moment ago did not even try to fight back. They immediately fled as if there was oil under their feet. Their appearance was as pathetic as it could be. They no longer had the arrogance that they had when they were cursing Yunsheng. Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger felt relieved. At the same time, they were also shocked. They did not expect that a beginner instructor would be able to scare off 4 martial saints with a single move. Seeing this, the two of them were even more certain of one thing. Dark magic was indeed extraordinary. Both Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger were people who wanted to learn dark magic even before they entered the continent's magic elite camp. However, the two of them had very little understanding of dark magic. Yunsheng was slightly better. She knew that she had accidentally learned dark thorns in the Royal Magic Academy. It could be considered as a type of dark magic. However, Donghuang Linger was different. This was the first time that she had truly witnessed the power of dark magic. Especially the Dark Gold instructor's magic. Without chanting, without any signs, he was able to unleash a destructive power. This completely overturned Donghuang Linger's understanding of magic. In her heart, Donghuang Linger thought that if she could learn dark magic from him, her magic cultivation would definitely be higher in the future. After the Dark Gold instructor scared off the martial saints, the group of mages led by Chen Lianer did not dare to stay any longer. Immediately, they scattered like birds and beasts. Before Chen Lianer left, she glared at Yunsheng and said, "Yunsheng, don't be complacent. I hope that I can still live to see you again next time." What she meant was that Yunsheng would not be able to live for long. Yunsheng did not understand what Chen Lianer meant by that. Could it be that this Dark Gold instructor looks normal? No, he looks abnormal and has some unspeakable fetish. Yunsheng shivered. However, when she thought about it, when Grandmaster Mo Gu recommended her, he did not say anything bad about dark gold. Grandmaster Mo Gu should not be lying to her. Thinking up to here, Yun Xing felt relieved. You must be the new junior sister, right? I am your big senior sister. Ko Ling, a female mage, walked out from behind the dark gold instructor. She was a slender northern woman. Her appearance was very pretty and she had a warm smile on her face. Clearly, she had also heard that the dark gold instructor had agreed to accept Yun Xing as his disciple. Thus, she walked out to express her goodwill. However, Yun Xing did not have any good impression of this woman who looked very amiable. This was because this woman called Ko Ling actually looked very similar to the daughter of the Health Bureau's director who was together with that scumbag Lu Minglang in her previous life. My name is Yun Xing. Yun Xing simply greeted her. Dark Gold Instructor, I also want to become your disciple. Dong Huang Linger took a step forward. She was a living person, yet the Dark Gold Instructor had treated her like air. If it was anyone else, they would feel insulted, let alone Dong Huang Linger. The Dong Huang Linger that Yun Xing knew was the arrogant little princess from the eastern capital. Even though she had become friends with Dong Huang Linger still had the arrogance of a royal family. However, at this moment, Dong Huang Linger was biting her lips. Within her pair of beautiful eyes, there were traces of grievance and pleading. Even Ko Ling couldn't bear to see Dong Huang Linger like this. Using forbidden medicine to rashly increase your magic cultivation. You might be able to fool the examiner, but you can't fool me. Scram, Dark Gold, do not accept liars. The Dark Gold Instructor did not agree to Dong Huang Linger's request and was about to leave. Dong Huang Linger was dumbfounded, as if she was struck by lightning. She didn't know whether to leave or stay. Yun Xing was speechless. Seems like the Dark Gold Instructor had also discovered Dong Huang Linger's secret. Dong Huang Linger's talent in magic was not bad. However, she was definitely not a genius. The reason why her magic cultivation increased by leaps and bounds was because she had violated the rules of the magic elite camp. During the examination, she had used forbidden medicine, which allowed her to fake her magic cultivation. Little girl, it's better for you to leave. Ko Ling comforted Dong Huang Linger. No, Dark Gold Instructor, my magic cultivation is indeed not high. However, I can train harder than anyone else. If you don't accept me as your disciple, I will kneel here and not get up. Dong Huang Linger didn't say anything and knelt down. She had actually completely abandoned her identity as a royal princess and knelt down in front of an unfamiliar mage that she had only met once. A trace of doubt appeared in Yun Xing's eyes. What exactly had happened to make such a proud and unparalleled young girl become like this? Chapter 547. Just when Yun Xing was about to plead for Dong Huang Ling, she suddenly felt a burning gaze on her back. Dark Gold, who was originally planning to return to the thatched cottage, suddenly changed his gaze. As if facing a great enemy, he stared at a certain direction in front of him. There's actually a fish that slipped through the net. A pair of black magical wings suddenly appeared on Dark Gold's back. Boom! Like a cannonball, Dark Gold charged towards the bushes in front of him. Although Dark Gold was a magician, her movement technique was not at all inferior to a martial saint's. It was incomparably sharp and as fast as the wind. On the ground, a black flood dragon broke out from the ground and devoured the bushes in front of it. Then, a figure rushed out from the bushes. The figure seemed to not be afraid of Dark Gold's black flood dragon. With a shake of the back of his hand, a half-foot-long sword made of chi whizzed out. Rumble. The sword was like a 10-mile-long rainbow as it slashed towards Dark Gold. Wait! Night Fox! Instructor Dark Gold, it's one of us. Yun Xing immediately saw the figure. Although she was panicking, she didn't try to avoid it. She had already activated a wind magic and stood between the two of them. As it turned out, the person who just arrived from the bushes was Yi Baiming. When Yi Baiming received news about Yun Sheng, he was extremely anxious. When he rushed over, he just happened to see Dark Gold make a move and scare off the martial saints. After that, his gaze, and even his breathing, were all attracted by the beautiful figure outside the thatched cottage. Little Wild Cat. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were like a pool of water, reflecting Yun Sheng's face. 3 years. 3 whole years. The person that he thought about day and night, the person that made him unable to eat or sleep well, was standing right in front of him. Unknowingly, Yi Baiming walked out. He even forgot that he was a member of the warrior elite camp. Dark Gold thought that Yi Baiming was a fish that slipped through the net. Thus, he made a move to counterattack. When the two of them started fighting, only then did they realize that the other party wasn't simple. Especially Dark Gold. When Yi Baiming appeared, she had already noticed that he was just a student. However, when she wanted to withdraw her hand, it was already too late. She just didn't expect that this excessively handsome young male warrior would have such strength. He was able to calmly condense his Do Chi into a sword and slash apart her black flood dragon in a single strike even when facing a powerful enemy. This kind of courage and strength far surpassed that of the martial saint instructors from before. Yun Sheng's sudden appearance caught Yi Baiming and Dark Gold off guard. The two of them stopped their attacks at the same time and stopped in midair. Little girl, who is he to you? Dark Gold was also experienced. He could tell at a glance that the relationship between Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming was not simple. He's my friend. Yun Sheng was about to speak. I'm her man, Yi Baiming said confidently. Yun Sheng almost choked to death at his words. Her face immediately turned red. She raised her fist and gave Yi Baiming a punch. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, was all smiles. His handsome face looked even more enchanting. Ahem. Dark Gold saw the two of them flirting and muttered in his heart, children nowadays are really precocious. However, this was also good. This male warrior was very strong. His temperament and appearance were also first-rate. He could be considered a good match, but Dark Gold's eyes lingered on Yi Baiming for a while. With just one glance, Dark Gold's heart skipped a beat. This feeling. His pupils contracted rapidly. This feeling, this man was actually a genius, truly a peerless genius. Who would have thought that a genius that had not been seen in the mainland's magic elite camp for thousands of years would actually join the mainland's warrior elite camp? Dark Gold stared at Yi Baiming like a gambler who had seen gold ingots. In Yun Sheng's eyes, that look was like an old pervert who had seen the best beauty. Dark Gold wouldn't like an old cow to nibble on young grass, right? Yi Baiming was also sizing up Dark Gold. He had heard a lot about Dark Gold when he entered the mainland's warrior elite camp, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. After all, this was related to Yun Sheng's magic training. Yi Baiming had to be careful. What a pity, what a pity. Everyone has their own ambitions. Dark Gold shook his head and motioned for Ku Ling to go back with him. Little girl, today is your first day of registration. You should walk around. 3 days later, your first training will begin. Yun Sheng saw that Dark Gold was staring at Yi Baiming one moment, and the next moment, he turned around and left with a cold expression. Yun Sheng didn't know what Dark Gold was planning to do. Dong Huangling was still kneeling on the ground. From start to end, everything that had happened had nothing to do with her. Yun Sheng took a glance at Dong Huangling. Just as she wanted to say something, she was pulled away by Yi Baiming, who couldn't wait to talk to Dong Huangling. Yi Baiming dragged Yun Sheng and walked for half a mile. The mainland's magic elite camp was very big. After walking for half a mile, Yi Baiming still didn't stop until they reached an empty lake. In his hand, the girl's hand was soft, cold, and so real. The two of them hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Just now, Yun Sheng was too focused on stopping Yi Baiming that she didn't even notice the changes in him. Only after being dragged by Yi Baiming all the way did she notice the changes in Yi Baiming's body. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Yun Sheng wasn't the only one who had changed. Yi Baiming's transformation was also very obvious. He had grown a lot taller. Yi Baiming, who was 1.8 meters tall, had grown more than half a head taller. He was already close to 2 meters tall. Looking from the back, he was more than a head taller than Yun Sheng, who was 1.7 meters tall. His shoulders had also grown a lot wider. His skin was still the same beautiful wheat color. His muscles were all over his body. Even though he was wearing a warrior's robe, one could still clearly feel the power hidden in his body. Yi Baiming had already grown into a man. His palms were very big. Yun Sheng could only hold half of his palms. His hands were very hot, while Yun Sheng's hands were very cold. Night Fox, take a break. I can't keep up with your footsteps. Yun Sheng cursed in her heart. He was bullying her with his long legs. He must be struck by lightning. Who knew that it would have been better if she hadn't said anything? The moment she said that, Yi Baiming suddenly braked. The next moment, he stretched out his long arm and wrapped it around Yun Sheng's waist. He carried her in his arms like a princess. Regardless of whether she was willing or not, he flew up a towering tree with her. The wind whistled in her ears. Before Yun Sheng could react, she had already been carried by Yi Baiming to a secluded thicket of branches. This way, even if someone passed by below, they wouldn't discover their tracks. Yun Sheng was about to scold him. This guy was getting more and more unreasonable. What was the meaning of this? Did he think she was a monkey? Running around with a tree? Yi Baiming didn't give her a chance to speak at all. After carrying her up the tree, he suddenly turned around and placed Yun Sheng on his knees. Haha, what do you think the fox will do next? Smile wretchedly. Money and rewards, you guys are very awesome. I will also be awesome. Chapter 548. Yun Sheng's lips opened and closed, looking very provocative. Yun Sheng was afraid that he would sneak up on her again, so she covered her mouth in horror. Seeing that the fearless Yun Sheng had such a reaction, Yi Baiming laughed out loud. The man's hearty laughter echoed in the forest, making Yun Sheng even more embarrassed. She gave Yi Baiming a punch in annoyance. However, he accurately caught her hand and pulled her into his arms. Yi Baiming pressed his chin against Yun Sheng's hair. Her soft and fluffy hair touched his heart. He had been waiting for this moment for more than 3 years. Does it hurt? He was also a little angry just now. When he thought of how Yun Sheng had disappeared without a word for more than 3 years, he hit her a little harder. Hurt your head? Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Growing up, even my father didn't dare to hit me. Yun Sheng exploded. She ignored Yi Baiming's hands and took the opportunity to touch her body. She grabbed Yi Baiming's iron arm and bit down. Who knew that Yi Baiming's arm was very hard? Yun Sheng bit down and her teeth ached, but Yi Baiming didn't react at all. Ugh! Yun Sheng was really at her wit's end this time. In terms of magic, her Dharma soul was naturally weaker than Yi Baiming. In terms of strength, she was no match for Yi Baiming. In terms of strategy, she was also no match for this black-bellied fox. Yun Sheng was angry and annoyed. She could only stare at him. Alright, stop fooling around. Yi Baiming was in a good mood because of Yun Sheng's behavior. He couldn't help but steal another kiss on her lips. If you like kissing so much, go find someone else to kiss. Yun Sheng was so angry that she punched him again. Yun Sheng's mind was in a daze from the kiss just now. After thinking about it, Yi Baiming's kissing technique was pretty good. How could he be so good at kissing when he was all alone in the continent's warrior elite camp? Needless to say, he had lived a good life these 3 years. Thinking of Chen Lianer and the various beauties in the continent's elite camp, Yunxing felt sour in her heart. You are this prince's fiancé, this prince will only kiss you. Yi Baiming was in a good mood after the beating and kissing. To hell with your fiancé, I want to break off the engagement. Yunxing also remembered her father, Yun Sanglang's warning to her earlier. Originally, she had planned to find Yi Baiming to break off the engagement after settling down in the continent's elite camp. Who knew that after Yi Baiming's interruption, she had forgotten about this matter. Yunxing had always had an indescribable special feeling towards Yi Baiming. Meeting again after 3 years, this feeling was even stronger. Yunxing didn't know what was going on. In the 3 years in the immortal residence, Yunsheng and Shenfeng were also very close. But Shenfeng was different from Yi Baiming. Shenfeng had no lack of intimate actions towards her, but he had never done anything out of line. At most, he would rub her head and pinch her nose, treating her like a child. But Yi Baiming was different. Whenever he got close, Yunxing felt her heart beat faster. That kiss just now had messed up Yunxing's mind. When she and Lu Minglang were dating, they had also kissed intimately. But the feeling was completely different from when she was with Yi Baiming. Yunxing had a faint feeling that Yi Baiming was a dangerous person. Every time she met him, she would be abnormal. Dangerous people must be kept away from. Break off the engagement. You've got guts. When Yi Baiming heard this, he was unhappy. He pretended to lean over again, scaring Yunxing so much that she hurriedly pushed his chest with both hands, not allowing him to get any closer. His gray eyes seemed to emit a wolf-like light. Yunxing groaned inwardly. Who said that he was a night fox? His appearance was clearly that of a big bad wolf. I have someone I like. Yunxing remembered that she and Yi Baiming had an agreement. If the two of them had someone they liked, they could break off the engagement. Yi Baiming's expression changed. His gray eyes were filled with anger, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Who is it? Yi Baiming clearly believed her. Who? Yunxing was frightened by his appearance. Yi Baiming's eyes seemed to say that if Yunxing said a name, he would tear that person to pieces. Shenfeng. Immortal abode Shenfeng King. Yunxing did not believe that Yi Baiming would run to the immortal abode to find Shenfeng. On the immortal abode's royal tree, Shenfeng, who was reading through memorials, sneezed. He looked around suspiciously. Immortal abode Shenfeng King. He is the reason why you stayed in the immortal abode for 3 years. Yunxing, good, you are very good. Yi Baiming believed her. Immortal abode Shenfeng King was known as one of the Wuji 5 walls. Although Yi Baiming had never seen him before, it was rumored that Shenfeng King was a descendant of the elves. He was blessed with magic, and his temperament and appearance were like that of a celestial. His little wild cat, had she reached the age of liking someone? Clenching his fists tightly, Yunxing was a little afraid of Yi Baiming's expression. Then we can break off the engagement, Yunxing said bitterly. She had brought up Shenfeng as an excuse, but looking at Yi Baiming's expression, not only was she not happy, she felt that her mood had worsened. Seeing his furrowed brows, Yunxing wanted to reach out and smooth his brows, but she resisted the impulse in her heart. Impossible, little wild cat. In this lifetime, you can only be this prince's woman, Yi Baiming said coldly. Night fox. You are too unreasonable. I don't like you, so why should I marry you? When Yunxing found out that she couldn't break off the engagement, she didn't know what to feel. She didn't seem to be unhappy. Could it be that she didn't want to break off the engagement with Yi Baiming? Yunxing was shocked by her own thoughts. Just because you stole half of this prince's soul, you have to take responsibility for this prince. As for that Shenfeng King, you are not allowed to like him, and you are not allowed to think about him. Otherwise, this prince will kill him sooner or later. Yi Baiming said domineeringly. His tone made Yunsheng's teeth itch. Kill the Shenfeng. Yunsheng was tongue-tied. If someone else said this, Yunsheng would definitely laugh out loud. She would laugh at him for being an idiot. An ordinary human actually wanted to kill the future elf king. But Yi Baiming was different. If he said it, he would definitely do it. Only Yunsheng knew how terrifying Yi Baiming's power was. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Yunsheng couldn't win against him. She suddenly thought of something. Night Fox, you are so nervous. Could it be that you really like me? Yunsheng thought back. Night Fox's attitude towards her had indeed changed. He had insisted on being her retainer. Even the matter of the engagement had been brought up by him. Why did Yunsheng suddenly have the feeling that she had been set up? Yi Baiming was speechless by Yunsheng's question. After a while, he said hatefully, Yunsheng, you are really slow. Chapter 549. With that, Yi Baiming's handsome face was already flushed red. In order to hide his embarrassment, Yi Baiming jumped down from the tree. Anyway, he had already found Little Wild Cat. In the future, as long as she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, Yi Baiming would not be afraid that she would run away. As for that divine Wind King, he had plenty of ways to make Little Wild Cat forget about that man. Little Wild Cat's man could only be him. He jumped into the air, and a pair of dookie wings appeared on his back. Thinking about how Yunsheng had been with that man called Divine Wind for the past 3 years, Yi Baiming's mysterious power began to stir. He had to send someone to investigate this matter. Yi Baiming was not joking when he said those words just now. If he really investigated and found out that Yunsheng really loved Divine Wind, he would kill Divine Wind at all costs. Even if he had to use the entire country's power, he would not hesitate. His gray eyes had also turned a faint red. Afraid that he would hurt Yunsheng in his impulsiveness, Yi Baiming simply left. The shape of the dookie wings was very similar to Yun Songlang's. Yunsheng suddenly widened her eyes. She suddenly realized that Yi Baiming's cultivation as a warrior had broken through to the martial sage realm in just 3 years. Oh my God, can he be more monstrous? A 16-year-old martial sage. Yunsheng felt that her little heart was not enough for today. A 16-year-old martial sage. If this matter were to spread to the mainland, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Yunsheng then remembered that she had originally planned to ask about the death of the former crown prince Yi Baiming after reuniting with him. Unfortunately, she had not spoken much with Yi Baiming. Thinking about a certain someone's kiss just now, Yunsheng could not help but be stunned for a while. By the time she came back to her senses, the evening wind was blowing coolly against her cheeks. By the time the two of them had reunited, the sky had already darkened. Under the night sky, the continent's magic elite camp was filled with trees. They looked like green clouds that were close to the sky. Yunsheng bent down and looked down. Suddenly, she realized a problem. Her magic scepter was still outside her dark gold mentor's house, as was her luggage. His beast language ring was still hidden in his luggage. Everything happened so suddenly that Yunsheng didn't have time to retrieve her magic scepter. Without the magic scepter, the effects of her magic would be greatly reduced. She was also not a sky magician. Looking at the situation, she would have to climb down this tree that was tens of meters tall. Yi Baiming, you bastard! In the vast forest, the girl's angry roar echoed. After Yunsheng came to the magic elite camp, she concealed her identity as a summoner for safety reasons. There were many experts in the continent's magic elite camp. In order to avoid being discovered, Yunsheng could only climb down from the tree pitifully. When she returned to the dark gold mentor's straw house, the sky was already completely dark. In the continent's magic elite camp, she could faintly see the light of the illumination magic circle. Under the illumination of the illumination magic circle, she could see that Dong Huang Linger was still kneeling there. Her head was lowered, and she was wearing a red magician's robe. She looked lonely. Yun Sheng walked over and picked up her magic scepter and luggage. Then, she looked at the straw house. There was no sound in the dark gold mentor's straw house. At this time, a normal magician would be meditating. Yun Sheng did not expect that Dong Huang Linger would really be kneeling outside the dark gold mentor's house like what she said. You can get up. The dark gold mentor is not a soft-hearted person. If a person was soft-hearted, how could they become an expert in dark magic? Yun Sheng did not understand why the dark gold mentor would reject Dong Huang Linger. It seemed like Dong Huang Linger had done something that made the dark gold mentor dislike her. It's none of your business. If he doesn't agree, I will continue to kneel here. Dong Huang Linger's face was a bit pale. The continent's magic elite camp was located in a dense forest. During the day, the temperature was quite high. However, during the night, when the night wind blew, it would be quite cold. Dong Huang Linger was only a magician. When she set off, due to some reasons, she was delayed and almost couldn't make it in time to report. She rushed through the night without eating or resting. Her body was already unable to take it. Why do you want to learn dark magic? Also, why do you want to take forbidden medicine? This kind of forbidden medicine can temporarily increase your magic power, but it will definitely have side effects on your future cultivation. Yun Sheng was also very surprised by Dong Huang Linger's change. With Yun Sheng's level of alchemy, she was confident that she would be able to concoct a magic potion that could increase one's magic power without any side effects. However, that was also because Yun Sheng had the elf's hellfire and the water of life. Other potioneers definitely wouldn't be able to concoct a magic potion that could be comparable to the elf's hellfire. If Dong Huang Linger didn't guess wrongly, the side effect of the magic potion that Dong Huang Linger took was that her magic power would be greatly reduced. It's none of your business. When the forbidden medicine was mentioned, Dong Huang Linger suddenly became irritable. Right after she finished speaking, she suddenly felt dizzy and with a plop, she fell onto the ground. Seeing this, Yun Sheng hurriedly went forward and checked Dong Huang Linger's breathing. How did this happen? Yun Sheng was shocked. After checking Dong Huang Linger's body, she discovered that within Dong Huang Linger's body, there was a very strange magic power that was moving around. What a reckless fellow. She must have used some sort of special forbidden medicine that caused her magic soul to mutate. However, her body is unable to endure the backlash from using her dark magic soul. She won't be able to live for more than a few days. Who was Dark Gold? With a single glance, she was able to tell that Dong Huang Linger would definitely be affected by the backlash from using the forbidden medicine. Who said that she won't be able to live for more than a few days? Yun Sheng retorted. Senior Sister Ku, help me carry her inside. Yun Sheng held on to Dong Huang Linger. Ko Ling, who rushed out after hearing Dong Huang Linger's voice, took a look at Dark Gold. The latter didn't say anything. Only then did Ko Ling boldly carry Dong Huang Linger inside. After carrying Dong Huang Linger into the straw hut, Yun Sheng began to carefully examine Dong Huang Linger's body. What Dark Gold said wasn't wrong. Dong Huang Linger had indeed taken a forbidden medicine. It was very possible that she also knew that this forbidden medicine was very dangerous. However, she still took the risk. Just what was the reason for Dong Huang Linger to do such a thing? Yun Sheng sighed. She took out the Four Seasons colored glass needle and ignited the hellfire in her hand. You are also a doctor. The reason why Dark Gold didn't stop Yun Sheng from carrying Dong Huang Linger into the straw hut was because she wanted to see what Yun Sheng was planning to do. She saw that Yun Sheng had suddenly taken out the needle. Then, she looked at the way Yun Sheng was using the needle and discovered that Yun Sheng was actually a doctor. Wasn't Dong Huang Linger a weaponsmith? Why is she also a doctor? From the looks of it, this little girl still has a lot of secrets on her. Dark Gold became even more interested in Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng didn't pay attention to her. Right now, all of her thoughts were focused on Dong Huanglinger. First, she used the hellfire to heat up the Four Seasons colored glass needle. Then, she used the tip of the needle to prick Dong Huanglinger's 10 fingers. On the tip of Dong Huanglinger's fingers, thin black blood flowed out. The black blood dripped onto the ground. After a while, the blood slowly turned red. The moment Dong Huanglinger wakes up, let her leave. This place doesn't allow outsiders to stay. Dark Gold said coldly. She can't leave. She has already named you as her teacher. If you don't take her in, she won't be able to establish herself in the magic elite camp. While Yunsheng was speaking, the eyelashes of Dong Huanglinger, who was lying on the bed, trembled. Chapter 550. When Yunsheng helped her into the room, Dong Huangling had already woken up. As a doctor, Yunsheng had already noticed that Dong Huanglinger's breathing was a bit hurried. It was obvious that Dong Huangling had already woken up. However, the two of them tacitly chose not to say anything. Their goal was to change the mind of the dark gold-ranked teacher. The continent's magic elite camp was a unique place in the continent to nurture mages. The training mechanism here was also very special. Teachers and students could choose from each other. After a student chose a teacher, the teacher could choose to accept or reject the student. However, if a student was rejected, the other teachers would also not accept the student who was rejected by the other teachers. You have also noticed that her strength is not enough for her to have a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp. Originally, she might have the cultivation of a master mage, but after taking the forbidden medicine, her cultivation might not even reach the level of a master mage. She is unable to meet the minimum requirement of the continent's magic elite camp. Dark Gold was disgusted that Dong Huangling actually took the forbidden medicine with the intention of deceiving her. I didn't have the intention to deceive you. Dong Huanglinger crawled up from the ground and hurriedly explained, I only wanted to be able to attract your attention and become your student. That's because I heard that your conditions for recruitment are extremely harsh. In order to stand out from the new students, Dong Huangling took the forbidden medicine. She originally thought that with her cultivation of a saint mage, she would be able to become the student of the dark gold-ranked teacher. Who would have thought that she would be seen through with a single glance? Now that she was suffering from the backlash of the medicine, her cultivation had indeed fallen to the bottom. It was very likely that she might not even be a master mage anymore. This caused Dong Huangling to be filled with regret. Dark magic, among all magic, was the hardest to learn. However, once one learned it successfully, it would also be the magic that would allow one's cultivation to increase the fastest. With your mentality, it is impossible for you to learn dark magic well. Even if you learn it, you will still stray onto the path of the devil. Since you have already woken up, just leave. Although Dark Gold was a dark mage, she hated those mages who wanted to stray onto the path of the devil the most. Even if I stray onto the path of the devil, I still want to learn dark magic. The Eastern capital and my family need my protection. Dong Huangling kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times towards Dark Gold. You are a descendant of the East dynasty? Dark Gold was startled. All these years, there have always been people who wanted to assassinate my imperial brother and imperial mother. I want to learn dark magic and protect them. When Dong Huangling had thought of this, her expression became even more resolute. Dark Gold also sighed. Coincidentally, when Dark Gold was young, he had a relationship with the Donghuang royal family. She was originally a dark magician who was despised by everyone on the continent. By chance, she received a recommendation letter from the Donghuang dynasty and joined the magician elite camp. She didn't expect that after 10 years, she would meet a descendant of the Donghuang dynasty again. And Jean sank into deep thought. If she didn't remember wrongly, the person who recommended her to join the continent's magic elite camp was Dong Huangling, her father, the previous Eastern emperor. The daughter of an old friend, Teacher Dark Gold, I actually have a way to cure the poison in Ling Er's body. Furthermore, I can also think of a way to raise her magic cultivation. As long as she recovers her magic cultivation, she will be able to stay in the continent's magic elite camp. Yunxing didn't know what Dark Gold was thinking. However, she could tell that Dark Gold was no longer as against Dong Huangling or as before. She grabbed the opportunity to plead for Dark Gold. Yunxing's acupuncture technique was outstanding. Furthermore, she had the spring of life with her. With these two combined, she would be able to cure most of the poisons in the world. Moreover, Yunxing knew that Gufeng and Abandon were also in the magician elite camp. One of them was proficient in light magic while the other was proficient in poison. If the three of them were to work together, they would definitely be able to cure Dong Huangling or... Humph, don't be too full of yourself. The two of you, don't think that you will definitely become a dark magician after joining my tutelage. Let me tell you, the two of you will have to endure at least 2 years of training before I will officially teach you magic. Dark Gold didn't agree or deny. However, she also didn't ask Dong Huangling to leave. What she meant was that Dong Huangling could stay. Hearing what Dark Gold said, Dong Huangling was overjoyed. Dong Huangling thanked Dark Gold repeatedly. As for Ko Ling, who was watching from the side, her eyes dimmed. After Dong Huangling stayed behind, due to the limited number of thatched cottages that Dark Gold had, Dong Huangling and Yunsheng were arranged to stay in the thatched cottage on the left. Yunsheng tidied up the thatched cottage. Dong Huangling stood beside Dong Huangling for a while, then said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Yunsheng." The reason why Dong Huangling apologized to Dong Huangling was because she was cold and indifferent towards Yunsheng. In actuality, when Dong Huangling found out about Yunsheng's identity, Dong Huangling was also overjoyed. However, when Dong Huangling recalled the warning that the Dark Gold magicians gave her before she left the palace, Dong Huangling became a bit more apprehensive. However, Yunsheng didn't have any intention of blaming Dong Huangling. Instead, Yunsheng helped treat Dong Huangling's injuries and pleaded for leniency. This caused Dong Huangling to feel very guilty. Dong Huangling thought that after 6 to 7 years had passed, Yunsheng would have undergone some changes. However, Yunsheng was still the same Yunsheng from back then. "You're still the same as back then, you haven't changed at all. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Back then, when Chen Lian and her group of people came to find trouble with me, didn't you also want to help me?" Yunsheng had long since noticed that Dong Huangling, who could have stayed out of the matter, didn't help her directly. However, when Chen Lian and her group of people provoked Dong Huangling subconsciously stood up for Dong Huangling. Just this point alone was enough for Yunsheng to recognize Dong Huangling as her friend. After Dong Huangling spoke her mind, Dong Huangling became a lot more lively. Dong Huangling pulled Yunsheng and asked her a lot of things about Yunsheng in the past few years. While the two of them were chatting happily, Ko Ling could be seen walking into the thatched cottage. In her hands, Ko Ling was carrying tea and some food. Since Yunsheng and Dong Huangling had both become the disciples of a Dark Gold rank teacher, Ko Ling had become their big senior sister. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling had also noticed that there were only the three of them in the thatched cottage. "Big senior sister, oh right, why haven't I seen the other senior brothers and sisters? I heard that there are quite a lot of people in the continent's magic elite camp." Dong Huangling wanted to establish a good relationship with Ko Ling first. There are only the three of us as the disciples of a Dark Gold rank teacher. Or rather, in the future, there will only be the three of us. Could it be that before you all chose your teacher, you all didn't try to find a Dark Gold rank teacher? Ko Ling looked at the two young ladies in the thatched cottage. These two young ladies both had looks that would cause others to be jealous of. Previously, when she thought that the dark gold-ranked teacher would only accept Yun Sheng as his disciple, she thought that in the future, she would only have to deal with one of them. However, she didn't expect that the dark gold-ranked teacher would also accept Dong Huangling, as his disciple. However, this is also good. Even if I have to deal with one of them, I still have to deal with two of them. With a smile on her face, Kuling pulled Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling, to sit down. What's so special about a dark gold-ranked teacher? Isn't she the only dark magician in the continent's magic elite camp? Dong Huangling had a curious look on her face. You all don't know. Kuling had a worried look on her face. Then, you all must have never heard of the hellish training of a dark gold-ranked teacher, right? Chapter 551. Hellish Training. Before Yun Sheng came to the Magic Elite Training Camp, she didn't know anything about the teachers here. For example, she only managed to find a dark gold-ranked teacher because of Grandmaster Moge's recommendation. I'm afraid that I will scare you all. Before you all came here, other than me, the other students either couldn't endure the training and ran away, or they all went crazy. The junior sister who is staying in this thatched house was extremely unlucky. During the training, she accidentally lost her head. Kuling made a beheading gesture. Fear could be seen on Dong Huangling's beautiful face. Suddenly, a chilly wind came from an unknown place, and the magic illumination formation in the room started flickering. Dong Huangling was so scared that she shivered. She looked at the surroundings, and sure enough, the thatched house was filled with a ghostly aura. She grabbed onto Yun Sheng, and her body couldn't help but shiver. When you all sleep tonight, you all have to be careful. Before leaving, Kuling reminded them out of kindness. Senior sister, what do you mean by be careful? Dong Huangling didn't understand what Kuling meant. This room is a bit strange. The two junior sisters and one senior sister who were sleeping in this room earlier on have either gone crazy or died. Don't you all feel that this room is especially cold? Kuling sighed, then walked out of the room. Haha, thank you for your reminder, senior sister Kuling. Yun Sheng took a look at Kuling, and didn't take Kuling's words to heart. Then, I won't disturb the rest of the two junior sisters. I have prepared some food and water here. As for your 3 meals, you all can go to the cafeteria. Every day, from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., the cafeteria serves your 3 meals. Kuling took a look at Yun Sheng. What surprised Kuling was that this junior sister who looked delicate and weak and whose cultivation level was also lower than hers didn't seem to have any abnormalities. From the looks of it, her main target was still Yun Sheng. Right after Kuling walked out of the room, Yun Sheng stopped smiling. Yun Sheng, is what our big senior sister said just now true? Dong Huanglinger had a pretty good impression of Kuling compared to the eerie dark gold-ranked instructor. Kuling looked much friendlier. She even brought food over. Don't believe everything. I think there's something wrong with that person. Yun Sheng felt that something was wrong. She then checked the food brought by Kuling one by one and found nothing unusual. You're saying that senior sister Kuling wants to harm us? Why? She has no enmity with us. Dong Huanglinger was a bit hungry. After seeing that Yun Sheng had confirmed that the food wasn't poisonous, she sat down and started eating. You don't even know what's going on and you're already in a hurry to take her as your master. Every magician, especially a brilliant magician, would usually have their own profound magic. And their profound magic would only be imparted to the disciple that they are most proud of. Yun Sheng suspected that the death or madness of the magicians who came to learn was related to Kuling. However, she had just arrived at the continent's elite magician camp and didn't know anything. For safety's sake, it would be better for her and Dong Huanglinger to ask around tomorrow morning. When Dong Huanglinger heard Kuling, she hurriedly put down the food and looked at the surroundings. She couldn't help but shiver. After being reminded by Kuling, Yun Xing discovered that this room was a bit cold. What are you thinking about? Go and sleep early. Yun Xing patted Dong Linger, and the latter unwillingly went to make the bed and rest. The two of them had been busy for the entire day. Thus, they went to sleep early. In another room of the thatched cottage, Kuling smiled sinisterly. Two newbies who don't know the difference between life and death. Let's see if they will be scared into idiots later. In the latter half of the night, Yun Sheng was woken up by Dong Linger. Dong Linger was shivering from the cold. Yun Sheng, go and take a look. Is there someone outside? Just now, I seem to have seen a shadow passing by outside the window. After hearing what Kuling said, Dong Linger became very suspicious. Even after falling asleep, she still couldn't sleep well. Yun Sheng walked to outside the window and looked outside. The starry sky outside was just right, and the wind was cool. There was nothing outside. Suddenly, the illumination magic formation let out a zzz sound, and the light in the room flickered. For a moment, the room was filled with a ghostly aura. Yun Sheng was just about to go and check the illumination magic formation. Ah! Dong Linger screamed and pointed outside the window. Just now, a white-clothed shadow passed by the window. This time, Dong Linger saw it clearly. She became more and more convinced that this room was haunted. Yun Sheng, let's not stay here anymore. I'm scared. Dong Linger pulled Yun Sheng and was about to walk out of the room. What are you shouting about? It's the middle of the night, how are we supposed to sleep? If you can't sleep, then scram. From the room next door, the impatient voice of the dark gold rank instructor could be heard. Don't panic, drink a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Yun Sheng poured a cup of tea and added a small amount of datura lotus leaves into the tea. This herb, if taken in small amounts, could be used to calm one's sleep. Dong Linger didn't suspect anything. After drinking the tea, she calmed down a lot. After putting on her clothes and sleeping, she quickly fell asleep. Yun Sheng checked the illumination magic formation, and discovered that the magic formation inside the room had been changed by someone. After extinguishing the illumination magic formation, the room was soon immersed in the darkness of the night. Rustle, rustle. The window was gently opened. A white-clothed figure crawled into the room. The figure groped its way to the side of the bed. Just as the figure was about to attack, a black figure suddenly dashed out from a corner of the room. That black figure was precisely Xiao He, whom Dong Linger hadn't seen for a long time. With Xiao He's skills, the white figure wasn't able to react in time. Xiao He exerted its strength and used its four limbs to press down on the white figure. It revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth and fiercely bit down on the white-robed ghost. The current Xiao He's attack power was comparable to that of a 9th-rank demonic beast. With just a mouthful of teeth, it could even bite through a top-notch helmet. The white-robed ghost struggled for a while, and soon, it stopped breathing. Yun Sheng, who was on the bed, sat up. Her gaze was sharp. She walked forward and lifted the white cloak. Inside the cloak was a small beast. With Yun Sheng's eyesight as a summoner, she could tell that the small beast was a 2nd or 3rd rank demonic beast. However, she didn't know who it was that pretended to be mysterious in the middle of the night and put a cloak on the small beast. There was a pair of wings on the small beast's back. Just now, it was the small beast that pretended to be mysterious outside and moved around randomly, causing Dong Linger to be frightened. Yun Sheng looked at the small beast. The other party was actually a summoner. However, it was a summoner of the lowest rank. Only summoners of the lowest rank would use the language of beasts to enslave a low-rank demonic beast. Xiao He, you did well. Don't expose your identity. Return to the beast tower immediately. Yun Sheng cleaned up the small beast's corpse. Under the night sky, her black eyes were even brighter. Chapter 552. On the other side of the straw house, there was another person who was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Ling was still waiting for the result from the straw house. That's right, it was just as Yunsheng had predicted. Ling purposely told Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger that the room was haunted. The few students of the dark gold-ranked instructors who lived in the gloomy room facing the north were either crazy or dead. However, the specific reason wasn't because of the haunting. How could there be ghosts in this world? Even if there were ghosts, they would be faking it. They are just some newbies who don't know anything about the world. They actually wanted to compete with me for the position of instructor. The profound magic of the dark gold-ranked instructors can only be learned by me. Ling was a saint mage. However, very few people knew that before she joined the mainland's magic elite camp, she was also a beast speaker. However, her talent as a summoner didn't improve. Therefore, she joined the mainland's magic elite camp in the end. Using her experience as a beast speaker, she trained a rank 4 flying night weasel. Every time at night, she would let the flying night weasel scare the newbies. How could the newbies who just came to the mainland's magic elite camp be scheming? After being scared for a few days, they would either be mentally weak or lack of sleep. With that kind of physique, they wouldn't be able to adapt to the high-intensity training of the dark gold-ranked instructors. Therefore, they would go crazy or die later on. That one called Donghuang Linger seems to be easy to trick. However, that one called Yunsheng seems to be hard to deal with. Ling calculated the time. The flying night weasel should be back soon. In order to avoid being discovered by the dark gold-ranked instructors, Ling was very careful. Time passed by minute. At this moment, a soft sound came from outside the window. The flying night weasel should be back. Ling walked out and opened the window. Ah! Ling's scream shook the entire straw house. Her voice woke up everyone in the house. Other than Donghuang Linger, who had drunk the tea and was sleeping soundly, Donghuang Linger woke up. What happened? The dark gold-ranked instructor and Yunsheng rushed out. The two of them had a sleepy look on their faces. Ghost. I saw a ghost just now. Ling's face was pale. Outside the window of the sage room. She thought that her flying night weasel had returned. Unexpectedly, he saw a bloody female ghost floating above the bushes. She was wearing a white robe and her entire body was covered in blood. A cold voice came out of his mouth, Ling, you've made me so miserable. The dark gold-ranked instructor and Yunsheng looked at the bushes but saw nothing. Nonsense. Ling, as the eldest senior sister, you've lived here for almost 5 years. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll punish you with 10 days of confinement. The dark gold-ranked mentor was furious and warned Ling fiercely. Ling really had an unspeakable bitterness. She looked outside suspiciously, but there really was nothing. Eldest senior sister, it's late. You'd better rest early. If you walk too much at night, you'll definitely encounter ghosts. Yunsheng chuckled. When Ling heard these words, she couldn't help but shiver. That night, Ling did not dare to sleep. While she waited for her magical beast to return, she also recalled the female ghost she saw earlier. With great difficulty, she managed to stay awake until daybreak. However, her magical beast did not return. Ling knew that something must have happened. Her thoughts were all over the place, and she didn't even have the energy to complete her daily meditation. When she walked out of her room, she bumped into Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger who had just walked out of their room. The two of them seemed to have just finished their meditation, and they looked refreshed. Donghuang Linger was a simple-minded person. She didn't know what happened last night. When she saw Ling, she even greeted her happily, "Senior sister Ling, good morning." Why is your complexion so ugly? You look so pale. Could it be that you didn't sleep well last night? I slept very well. Junior sisters, when you two were sleeping in your room last night, did you hear anything? Coling forced a smile, and her gaze landed on Yunsheng's face. Very good. Other than accidentally killing a mouse that broke into the house in the middle of the night last night, everything else is pretty good. Yunsheng smiled, and the two little dimples at the side of her mouth were very attractive. Ah, there's a mouse in the room. Why didn't I know about it? Dong Huanglinger had a look of disdain on her face. Don't worry, I have already dealt with it. However, whether or not there are still mice in the other rooms, it's hard to say. What do you think, senior sister Coling? Yunsheng's smile was very dazzling to Coling. What a Yunsheng, she actually dared to kill my magical beast. Coling suppressed the anger in her heart. I will properly tidy up my room. I guarantee that in the future, there won't be any more mice breaking into my room. Junior sisters, since you two woke up so early in the morning, I presume that you two are going to eat breakfast, right? Coling understood that she had encountered a ruthless person this time. Needless to say, the female ghost incident last night was definitely related to Yunsheng. I really couldn't tell that a little girl who was only 10 years old would actually be so cunning. That's right. My mother said before, no matter how big the world is, eating is the most important thing. Breakfast is very important. Senior sister, do you want to go and eat breakfast together with us? Dong Huangling was like a completely different person compared to yesterday. Although her identity was exposed, she didn't have to pretend to be that ice-cold beauty anymore. This time, Dong Huangling was the real Dong Huangling. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling were both at the age where they were developing. Thus, food was very important to them. After passing by this thatched house, the canteen will be right in front of us. The food inside is very rich. Junior sisters, you two should go there earlier. Coling continued to pretend to be her good senior sister. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling walked out of the canteen. Coling clenched her teeth. Seems like I can't do anything to the room anymore. However, in the future, I have a lot of methods to make those two little girls scram out of the canteen. Yunsheng walked far away, but she could still feel Coling's fierce gaze. Yunsheng laughed in disdain. Fighting with her, she really doesn't know the meaning of death. Last night, Yunsheng only asked Queen Night Demon to pretend to be a female ghost, giving her a taste of her own medicine. She didn't expect that she would actually discover a very interesting little secret. According to Queen Night Demon, who went to pretend to be a ghost, when Coling was frightened, she said something. The general idea was, whatever your death is, it has nothing to do with me. Seems like the days in the mainland's magic elite camp won't be boring anymore. Yunsheng and Dong Huangling left the thatched house. There were still 2 to 3 days before the official training starts. The two decided to familiarize themselves with the facilities in the mainland's magic elite camp. The canteen was undoubtedly the most important part of the camp. Before they came to the mainland's magic elite camp, they had already heard that the mainland's magic elite camp had all kinds of delicacies that couldn't be found anywhere else in the mainland. Yesterday, because of the commotion that happened in the warrior elite camp, the two of them only had a simple meal. Right now, the two of them were already starving. Chapter 553. The continent's elite camp was divided into 2 campuses, the north and the south. The south was for the magician's elite camp while the north was for the warrior's elite camp. There was a small town in between the 2 campuses. The students of the 2 campuses did their daily business in the small town. However, in the north and south campuses, there were public areas. The canteen of the 2 campuses was also located there. Other than the canteen, there was also the school's medical center. The principal and elders were also located in this area. The residence of the dark gold ranked teacher was relatively remote. The two of them walked for more than half an hour before they arrived. At this moment, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. The two of them didn't have the mood to stroll around and directly walked towards the central canteen. Yesterday, it was all thanks to you that I could stay here. Today, I will treat you. After experiencing what happened last night, Dong Linger's mood was a lot more relaxed. When she was in the eastern capital, although she had the halo of a princess, she didn't have anyone to talk to. However, after having Yunsheng, things were different. Yunsheng didn't care about her identity as a princess. This made Dong Linger even happier. The central canteen was a square milky white building. It had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was the students' canteen, the second floor was the teachers' canteen, and the top floor was the medical center of the elite camp. Walking towards the central canteen, rows of tables and chairs could be seen. Magicians and warriors of different hair colors from other countries were eating in the canteen. At this time, it was the time when the magicians and warriors finished their morning meditation. The students' appetite was very good, and the central canteen was filled with people. In the canteen, the rich fragrance of meat and all kinds of fruits and vegetables wafted through the air. As expected of the elite camp, there are so many dishes. There are so many demonic beast meat and rare fruits and vegetables. Compared to the eastern capital, it is much more sumptuous. While speaking, Dong Linger's brows had a trace of sadness. Only she knew about the current situation of the eastern capital. Although she was the princess of the Eastern Emperor dynasty, her life in the imperial palace was much worse than before. The food in the imperial palace had also shrunk. Shaking her head, she temporarily threw those unhappy thoughts to the back of her head. This was the first time that Dong Linger ate with so many people. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked around, everything was new to her. Yunsheng, on the other hand, felt as if she had returned to the university cafeteria after living 2 lives. However, the food in the central cafeteria was much more sumptuous. As the elite camp of the continent, there were over 10,000 people in the entire camp, including new and old students and teachers. These people came from various countries of the continent. In order to cater to the food preferences of the students, the food here could be said to be a gathering of all kinds, with many windows set up. The most terrifying thing was that the food here couldn't be seen from the outside. The things sold here were also things that made the warriors and mages of the continent speechless. For example, they had just walked past a small barbecue stall called Penglai Barbecue. There was actually a 7th-order violent bull in the stall. The chefs and maids who were cooking were all martial revered warriors or magicians at the master magician level. That was an entire ruthless barbaric bull. Normally, if an ordinary cultivator saw it, they would probably turn around and run away, let alone eat it. There were also a few stalls that were selling saint-level medicinal herbs. What kind of place was the elite camp of the continent? To put it bluntly, it was the gathering place of the geniuses. In order to let these geniuses grow faster, the intensity of their daily training was astonishing. Correspondingly, their food was even more astonishing. Of course, the price of these high-grade demonic beasts and saint-level herbs wasn't low either. All of them were priced at the empire's purple gold coins. Yunsheng and Dong Linger's family background was also not bad. However, when they saw the price, they couldn't help but click their tongues. No wonder people say that geniuses are all piled up with money. The school fees of the elite camp of the continent are free, but the living expenses are astonishing. Yunsheng and Dong Linger's family background was also not bad. Yunsheng could even be considered as a rich lady. However, when facing such extravagant food, they couldn't help but click their tongues. It's fine. I've already said that I'll be the host. Let's go and eat demonic beast barbecue. Dong Linger winked her eyes and pulled Yunsheng towards one of the windows. Who would have thought that when Yunsheng and Dong Linger just arrived at one of the windows, a few arrogant young ladies walked over. One of them was Chen Lian. When Chen Lian saw Yunsheng, she didn't say anything and immediately bought all of the barbecued meat. Seeing that, Yun Sheng took a glance at the barbecued meat, then slowly walked towards another stall. She secretly raised her sleeve, and a light breeze along with some powder landed on the fruits and vegetables in front of her. As expected, Chen Lian walked over and bought all of the food. Dong Linger couldn't take it anymore and said, "Hey, who are you? Are you looking for trouble?" "So what if I'm looking for trouble? The two of you are merely master magicians, and you actually dare to enter the central canteen to eat? Even the kitchen maids here are stronger than the two of you." Dong Linger said in disdain. Looking at Dong Linger's cultivation, she was actually only master magician. After finished speaking, the few magicians standing beside Dong Linger all laughed. When Dong Linger said that, only then did Yun Sheng and Dong Linger notice that in the entire central canteen, their cultivation was indeed the weakest. Dong Linger's forbidden drug had already been removed, and Yun Sheng also used Night Demon Queen's soul stone to conceal her true cultivation. Among the group of magicians, their cultivation was indeed the weakest. The elite camp of the continent was the camp where the strong gathered. In this place, family background, appearance, and wealth wouldn't be an obstacle. However, their strength was still very powerful. In the eyes of Chen Lian and the other magicians, Yun Sheng and Dong Linger were like ants that lived at the lowest level of the elite camp. The laughter of the crowd didn't stop. Dong Linger's eyes had already turned red. She lowered her head and tightly held onto the magic scepter in her hand. The 3 magic soul stones on her scepter were very eye-catching. After the forbidden drug's effect was removed, she also removed the fake 4th soul stone on her scepter. The magicians and warriors that were present all started laughing. These people also didn't know that Yun Sheng and Dong Linger were the magicians that became famous in the school yesterday. Right, 2 pieces of trash actually dared to come to the central canteen. I really don't know how they got in through the back door. It's just that their faces are not bad. Who knows, maybe they relied on their faces to get in. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Chen Lian laughed even more proudly. Let me tell you guys, the central canteen is also divided into different grades. The 2 of you are only worthy to drink porridge. After finished speaking, she threw 2 bowls of porridge toward Yun Sheng and Dong Linger. The porridge water splashed up and scattered all over the floor. Dong Linger's face turned red. She picked up the bowl of porridge and was about to throw it at Chen Lian's face. "Linger." Yun Sheng gave a signal with her eyes. She took a look at the proud Chen Lian, then looked at the magicians that were beside her. "Chen Lian, remember what you said today. Perhaps, one day, you won't even be able to drink a bowl of good porridge." Yun Sheng dragged Dong Linger and walked to the side under the mocking laughter of the crowd. The corner of Yun Sheng's mouth slightly raised, and a trace of a crafty smile flashed by. Chapter 554. Huh, what a joke. Did you all hear what that trash said? A freshman who can't even get into the magic ranking of the magic elite camp, and she dares to snatch things from senior sister Chen. You must know that our senior sister Chen managed to get into the top 100 of the magic ranking not too long ago. The few female mages beside Chen Lian laughed. Top 100 of the magic ranking. Yun Sheng took note of that. The few female mages surrounded Chen Lian and left with their food. Dong Linger was so angry that she was full, let alone eating. She stood up and was about to leave. However, Yun Sheng was not in a hurry. She leisurely ordered 2 bowls of porridge. "You still want to eat?" "I don't have the appetite." Dong Linger stared at the porridge angrily. "Don't be angry with your own body. The porridge here has special herbs added into it, and it is very beneficial for the body. Without a good body, how are you going to train hard and make those people look at you differently?" Dong Linger thought about Yun Sheng's words, then sat down and started eating the porridge. After finishing the porridge in her bowl, Yun Sheng wiped her mouth in a refined manner. Her gaze, however, landed on Chen Lian. Chen Lianer and her group of scoundrels were eating happily. Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger walked out of the central canteen. At this time, a few old students walked past them. When Yun Sheng saw the person in the lead, she hurriedly lowered her head. Yun Sheng didn't expect that in the magic elite camp, not only would she meet Chen Lian, she would also meet another archenemy, the second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao. Tang Yuan was different from Zhou State. There were a lot of mages in Tang Yuan. The mages in Tang Yuan were either subordinates of the magic temple or had joined the magic elite camp. Li Xiao was one of the best among the mages. When he was 11 years old, he had already entered the magic elite camp. Beside him, there was also a group of mages from Tang Yuan. In the magic elite camp, they could be considered as the local tyrants. This could be seen from the fact that when Li Xiao and the others entered the central canteen, the junior brothers and sisters in the canteen all stood up to show their respect. Fortunately, Li Xiao was only focused on talking to the people around him and didn't notice Yun Sheng, who had her head lowered. Dong Huanglinger looked at Li Xiao curiously. After taking a few steps, the two of them saw the dark gold-ranked teacher. They had no idea how long she had been standing outside the cafeteria and how much she had seen what had happened to Yun Sheng. The dark gold instructor looked at them with a dark expression. "You too, follow me." Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger followed the dark gold-ranked teacher and headed towards the teacher's canteen. Just now, Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger's miserable appearance was seen by Dark Gold. As a teacher, seeing his two disciples being ridiculed like this, Dark Gold was also very angry. However, she did not lend a helping hand. Every place had its own rules. The continent's elite camp could be said to be the place with the most intense competition in the continent. The only rule here was that the teachers couldn't interfere with the matters of the students. Knowing that the two of them weren't full just now, Dark Gold bought food for the two of them and didn't eat it herself. Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger finished the food. However, the two of them were thinking about other things and didn't know how the food tasted. Yun Sheng was thinking that senior sister Ko Ling must know about the situation in the continent's elite camp. She knew that the two of them would have such an encounter, yet she still let the two of them go to the central canteen. That Ko Ling is indeed scheming. This is the continent's elite camp. The strong can eat and drink spicy food while the weak can't even afford to eat porridge. If the two of you aren't used to it, it's better for you two to leave as soon as possible. The dark gold-ranked teacher snorted. She was obviously very dissatisfied with the performance of the two female students just now. "Yo, isn't this Dark Gold? Those two are your new disciples." An enchanting female magician walked over with two male teachers beside her. This female magician's appearance was very outstanding. However, she maintained her appearance very well. She looked to be in her early 30s. She had a head of light brown curly hair and a voluptuous figure. In her hand, she was holding a magic scepter with 5 soul stones. "Xiao, this is none of your business." Scram. The dark gold-ranked teacher looked at the female magician and showed some disgust. Although the two of them were both magicians, their styles were completely different. The dark gold-ranked teacher always wore a plain robe and had a pale face. This one called Xiao, on the other hand, had heavy makeup. With one look, one could tell that she was a flirtatious female magician who went around seducing people. Tsk. Their looks are not bad. It's a pity that their strength is too weak. You even want to take in such trash. Dark Gold, are you trying to make up the numbers? Xiao actually looked at Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger with no trace of politeness. When she saw the young and beautiful faces of the two, Xiao's face clearly showed some jealousy. A woman who was about to grow old would always have an indescribable enmity towards young girls who were like dewdrops on a flower's stamen. After seeing the cultivation of the two, Xiao's jealousy was immediately replaced by ridicule and disdain. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling both heard the hostility in the other teacher's words. Sigh, but you are also quite pitiful. After 5 years, not a single student has entered the top 100 of the magic list. Hee, if you continue like this, you won't be demoted to a teaching assistant, right? Xiao said with a regretful tone. Achoo! Dong Huangling suddenly sneezed. She was currently eating noodles. When she sneezed, the female magician's face was hit. With a few strands of noodles hanging on that heavily made-up face, the scene was very comical. I'm sorry, I just smelled a very smelly smell. Thus, I couldn't help but sneeze. Dong Huangling pitifully wiped her nose. Wretched girl, what did you say? What I sprayed on is top-notch flower water, and you actually said that it smells. Xiao raised her hand and slapped Dong Huangling. Xiao, you dare to touch my people? Do you think that I'm dead? Dark Gold was also enraged. Her magic scepter moved slightly, and a black light flashed past. Xiao didn't expect that Dark Gold, who had always been cold, would actually suddenly make a move for the sake of 2 new students. Immediately, a layer of water shield floated in front of her. The black light collided with the water shield. With a loud noise, the water shield shattered, and the black light brushed past Xiao's face like an arrow. Immediately, a small wound appeared on teacher Xiao's face. What a fast magic spell! Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling were both very surprised. They practically didn't see how Dark Gold activated her magic spell. She didn't chant at all. Dark Gold! You dare to draw on my face. I will definitely report this matter to the Elders' Council. Teacher Xiao was so angry that her face turned red. However, she also didn't dare to make a move against Dark Gold. Everyone knew that Dark Gold's strength and magic reaction speed were top-notch among the sky magicians. If she wanted to kill someone with her dark magic, it was simply a matter of seconds. However, other than this, Dark Gold also had the most terrifying killing move. It was this killing move that made most of the teachers in the continent's magic elite camp apprehensive of her. This was also the reason why the few martial sages were so scared that they ran away. Yun Sheng's black eyes instantly lit up. She finally realized how powerful dark magic was. Chapter 555. Only I can teach my disciple a lesson, the Dark Gold instructor said in disdain. The expressions of the 2 male instructors behind Xiao also became unhappy. They took out their magic scepters and a fierce battle was about to begin. At this moment, there was a commotion in the student cafeteria downstairs. A few mage students ran up and said anxiously, Instructor Xiao, Senior Sister Chen and the others have been poisoned. Perhaps birds of a feather flocked together. Chen Lian's instructor happened to be Instructor Xiao in front of them. Xiao and Dark Gold both came from the same magic academy. They were about the same age and had always been competing with each other. However, after Dark Gold learned dark magic, he was stronger than Xiao. Xiao thought of ways to suppress Dark Gold. Chen Lian was a new disciple she recruited 3 years ago. She was talented, pretty, and had a sweet mouth. Xiao liked her very much. Under Xiao's full nurturing, Chen Lian entered the top 100 of the elite camp. This was something Xiao had always been proud of. She still wanted to nurture Chen Lian. Therefore, when she heard that Chen Lian was in trouble, Xiao didn't care about the conflict with Dark Gold and immediately rushed down. Poisoned? Ha, luckily, we didn't eat the food over there just now. Otherwise, the ones who would be poisoned would be us. Dong Huangling immediately beamed with joy. Just now, she was humiliated by Chen Lian and the others. Thus, her anger still hadn't subsided. Hee, right? Evil people have their retribution. Yun Sheng also smiled. The Dark Gold instructor looked at Yun Sheng suspiciously. When the three of them reached the entrance of the cafeteria, they heard Instructor Xiao's angry roar. She rushed out of the crowd and pulled out her magic scepter. "Stop! You two poisoned Lien Er's food." The dark gold-ranked teacher wasn't surprised to see this. She glanced at Teacher Xiao. "Xiao, as a teacher, you're pointing your magic scepter at two students who just joined the school. I think this matter should be reported to the elders." After the commotion just now, the students in the cafeteria all gathered around. Chen Lien and the others who were poisoned were also helped out. Dong Wanglinger still didn't know what was going on. When she turned her head around to take a look, she nearly spat out all of the food that she had just eaten. The faces of Chen Liener and the other female magicians were swollen like pig heads. Their faces were 3 to 4 times their original size. Their facial features could no longer be seen clearly. What was worse was that their bodies were extremely itchy. They kept scratching their skin. Soon, their skin was scratched and blood flowed out. "Instructor Xiao, you have to have evidence before you speak. Who saw us poisoning him? What kind of poison?" Yunxing rolled her eyes and spread out her hands, looking innocent. "You're still quibbling. Just now, it was clearly you who quarreled with Lien Er. After you left, Lien and the others became like this." Instructor Xiao had already asked around. She said that Lien and the others were arguing with 2 newcomers who had arrived first. The only newcomers who left were the 2 dark gold disciples. "Xiao, whether it was poison or not, the medical center's people will know when they come. You better put away your magic scepter." The dark gold instructor's face was also gloomy. However, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. The medical center's people had already rushed over. After examining Chen Lien and the others, they didn't find anything strange. They weren't poisoned. If they weren't poisoned, how did they become like this? Instructor Xiao almost fainted. "Instructor, it's her, it must be her. She's a doctor and is very famous in Zhou State. She must have a way to save the disciples." Right now, Chen Lien only wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, her body was still extremely itchy. She couldn't stop scratching. It was painful and itchy. It was simply killing her. She could conclude that it was definitely Yunsheng, that vicious woman, who secretly poisoned them. However, even though she knew that Yunsheng did something, she couldn't take out any concrete evidence. This made Chen Lien so angry that she almost fainted. Instructor Xiao glared fiercely at Yunsheng. "Lien said that you're a very powerful doctor. You must have a way to save them." "Oh. Instructor Xiao, as an instructor, is this how you beg people to treat your disciples?" Yunsheng smiled. Her small face was filled with evil. "You little bitch, don't be so shameless." Xiao was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. Xiao, was also an intermediate instructor in the mainland's elite camp. She actually wanted her to beg a newcomer, and that person was a dark gold disciple. "It's up to you. Dark gold instructor, let's go back." Yunxing curled her lips. At this point, the dark gold instructor also realized that this matter was 100% related to Yunsheng. However, she had long disliked Xiao and her disciples. It was also good to take this opportunity to knock some sense into them. The 3 of them turned and were about to leave. Xiao's pink face was filled with a myriad of emotions. She understood that if even the doctors of the elite camp couldn't figure out what was wrong, then there were probably only 2 people who could save Chen Lien and the others. One was Yunxing in front of her, and the other was, rather than beg that person, she might as well beg Yunsheng. "This student, if you have a way to cure Lien and the others of their strange illness, please lend us a hand." Xiao humbly begged a student. Moreover, it was a new student whose cultivation level was only that of a master magician. The warriors and magicians on the side all started to discuss animatedly. Yun Sheng stopped in her tracks, her face full of flattery. Instructor Xiao, do I have to agree just because you're begging me to treat them? Yun Sheng's words made Xiao's face turn dark. What do you mean? I'm begging you as an instructor, and you dare to refuse? Hee, Instructor Xiao, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that I'm just a new student and I usually listen to my instructor. If you want me to help, you have to beg the dark gold instructor. I can only help if she agrees to let me help. Yun Sheng spread her hands with an innocent expression. When Instructor Xiao heard this, he almost ground all of his teeth to pieces. Begging one wasn't enough, she had to beg another. But when she heard the painful cries of the students beside her, Instructor Xiao had no other choice. She could only walk in front of the dark gold instructor and respectfully beg, Dark Gold Instructor, I beg you to let your students save Lien, and the others. I'll remember this favor. She gritted her teeth as she said the last sentence. She was already full of hatred. Since that's the case, Yunsheng, please help heal them. The dark gold-ranked instructor was secretly pleased as well. Although she didn't know what method Yunsheng had used, to make Instructor Xiao bow her head without doing anything was also a wonderful thing. Yes, Instructor Xiao, Yunsheng replied crisply. She walked in front of Chen Lien, and the others and pretended to check on them. After looking around, Yunsheng turned and walked into the central cafeteria. Soon, she came out with a few bowls of food. When the onlookers saw what Yunsheng was holding, they all covered their noses and retreated to the side. Chapter 556. The things in the bowl smelled really bad. In the bowl in Yunsheng's hand, there were a few bowls of leftovers from the cafeteria. There were rotten vegetables, streaky pork, and some people's saliva. The smell was really strong. Here, the antidote is here. As long as you all drink it, I guarantee that you will be cured. Yunsheng held her breath and placed the bowls in front of Chen Lien, and the others. Chen Lien's whole body was itchy and painful. Now that she suddenly smelled the stench and looked at the bowl in front of her, she almost vomited the food she ate last night. Yunsheng. What is the meaning of this? You want us to eat these things? Because of anger, Chen Lien's pig-like face became even uglier. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. I think that you are most likely allergic to food. TSK, this illness is neither serious nor small. If you don't treat it carefully, your scratches won't be able to recover. A delicate beauty with scars all over her body is really not pretty. Yunsheng stuck out her tongue and turned her head far away. You! Wu! Chen Lien was angry and scared. Right now, she really wanted to pull out her magic scepter and use magic to smash Yunsheng into pieces. However, with the dark gold-ranked teacher at the side, she didn't dare to do anything. Her face was swollen and itchy. If this continues, her face would really be disfigured. Also, the allergy that Yunsheng mentioned, she didn't know what kind of illness it was. She had never heard of it before. From the sound of it, it seemed that only Yunsheng could cure her. Don't hesitate anymore, it will be too late. Ling, let's help senior sister Chen Lien, and feed her. Yunsheng gave Dong Huangling a look. The two of them were very agile. One of them pressed on Chen Lien's neck, and the other grabbed her hand. The entire bowl of leftover food was poured down Chen Lien's throat without a single drop falling out. Chen Lien wanted to struggle, but Yunsheng had restrained the vital acupoints on her hands and feet. She had no way to resist and almost choked to death on the rancid water. Which one of you needs our help? After Yunsheng finished drinking, she still looked like she wanted more. Her pair of agile eyes swept around. When the female magicians saw Chen Lien drink it, they also gritted their teeth and drank the dirty water in front of them. As soon as the rancid water entered their stomachs, everyone's stomachs began to grumble. Everyone held their stomachs and went to relieve themselves. Venting, too venting. Dong Huang Linger secretly gave Yunsheng a thumbs up. She finally understood what Yunsheng meant when she said that there would be a day. However, this retribution came a little too quickly. Your name is Yunsheng, right? Alright, since you took care of my students today, I, Xiao, will definitely remember you. Dark Gold, don't be complacent. 1 year later, whether or not you and your trashy students will still be able to stay in the elite camp is still unknown. Teacher Xiao lost face in front of everyone. How could she still be willing to stay? She fiercely glared at Yunsheng, pushed her way through the crowd and angrily walked away. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, everyone also dispersed. After the crowd dispersed, a burst of applause could be heard. It said that it's better to offend a villain than to offend a doctor. It's been a few years since we last met. Yunsheng, Xiao sends his greetings. From the crowd, a few magicians walked out. The one in the lead was Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao. Yunsheng also knew that after teaching Chen Lianer and the others a lesson today, she would definitely attract some unnecessary attention from the elite camp. However, since things had already come to this, Yunsheng wasn't someone who would allow others to step on her face. Since she was able to take care of Chen Lianer, she wasn't afraid of Li Xiao. I didn't think that I would be able to see His Highness the Second Prince here. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Second Prince, long time no see. Is His Highness the Crown Prince well? Yunsheng didn't dodge and calmly bowed towards Tang Yuan and Li Xiao. Just now, Li Xiao had heard some noise outside and saw a few female magicians crying out that they had been poisoned. He originally had no intention of watching the show, but it was at this time that he heard someone mention the 2 words Yunsheng. This name, for Li Xiao, could be considered to have left a deep impression. However, the female magician in front of him was completely unfamiliar. When Li Xiao saw Yunsheng, the first thing he noticed was her appearance. That day in Tang Yuan, Li Xiao clearly remembered that Yunsheng was an ordinary woman with a sallow complexion and thin skin. However, after seeing her today, he discovered that Yunsheng's appearance was dainty and beautiful, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, immediately after, Yunsheng's words unintentionally threw a basin of cold water in his face and drove away all his tender feelings for the fairer sex. 3 years ago, Yunsheng could be considered to have been in the limelight because of the matter of Tang Yuan's Empress. She also took away the taboo of Tang Yuan's great national champion. Since Yunsheng left, Crown Prince Li Cheng suddenly changed his cowardly appearance from his early years. He studied diligently and gradually became the Crown Prince. It was rumored that there was also a considerable force supporting him behind his back. This force came suddenly. The Crown Prince gradually gained power, and correspondingly, Li Xiao was increasingly neglected. Li Xiao's sharp eyes saw that the Crown Prince was becoming increasingly powerful. In his heart, he understood that it was already somewhat difficult to directly compete with the Crown Prince for the imperial power. Tang Yuan ruled the country with magic. If he could make a breakthrough in magic, he would have enough power to compete with his elder brother when he was searching for the 8 Baron Divine Artifact in the future and seize the Divine Bracelet. Therefore, he returned to the mainland's magic elite camp to concentrate on cultivation with his mentor. He didn't expect to meet Yunsheng not long after he returned. Li Xiao had always suspected that the Crown Prince's change had something to do with Yunsheng. Today, as soon as the two met, Yunsheng asked about the Crown Prince's situation. This undoubtedly proved this point. Li Xiao was very shrewd. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he still had a kind expression on his face. Imperial brother is very good. I didn't expect Yunsheng's great national champion to also be a magician. This really surprised me. You and I can be considered old acquaintances. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask, Li Xiao said courteously. Others didn't know Yunsheng's methods, but Li Xiao had seen Yunsheng's schemes. This female doctor, although young, was comparable to an old fox. Before he knew the details of Yunsheng's background, Li Xiao definitely wouldn't act rashly. Second Prince, there are still many unexpected things. It's already late, so I won't disturb Second Prince's meal. Yun Sheng was too lazy to be courteous with Li Xiao. Li Xiao and Chen Lianer were clearly not on the same level. Li Xiao's cultivation was at least a sky magician, and the people behind him were not simple either. Not only that, when Li Xiao appeared just now, there were at least a dozen female magicians behind him. When they saw Li Xiao talking to Yun Sheng peacefully, they glared angrily at Yun Sheng. Needless to say, this kind of situation showed how popular Li Xiao was in the mainland's magic elite camp. It was no wonder. Normal people, if they only had a casual acquaintance with Li Xiao, would definitely think that he was a modest young master. Unfortunately, this person's thoughts were vicious and very shrewd. Those who were targeted by him would probably be swallowed into his stomach without even knowing it. Li Xiao, might as well be called Li Sao. Chapter 557. After leaving the central canteen, Yun Sheng and Dong Linger were in a good mood. They excitedly talked about the miserable appearance of Chen Lian, and the others just now. Yun Sheng, you are too amazing. Quickly, tell me, what is an allergy? Also, those women's faces, will they really recover after drinking the rancid water? When Chen Lian, was in the East capital, she had a bad temper. The maids and eunuchs in the palace were all taught a lesson by her. However, when compared to Yun Sheng, her tricks were at least a few times worse. Actually, it's nothing. It's not a poison. It's just that the combination of two herbs caused an adverse reaction. Yun Sheng spread out her hands. She already knew that Chen Lian would go against her. Just now, Chen Lianer had made it clear that she wanted to steal their food, so Yun Sheng pretended to walk in front of a stall. When Chen Lianer wasn't paying attention, she sprinkled some medicinal powder on it. This powder and a few of the medicinal herbs were just enough to cause some adverse reactions. As for the rancid water, it was just Yun Sheng's trick to prank people. After having diarrhea for 3 days, all the herbs would disappear. Once the allergic reaction subsided, they would naturally recover. Yun Sheng, do you think that you are very proud of using the method just now to teach Xiao and her disciple a lesson? Using such a despicable method like poison is not something a magician should do. You should use proper magic to compete with her. The dark gold instructor's expression became serious. Dark Gold, you are still the same. What do you mean by despicable method? In my opinion, this female disciple of yours has a great future. A cold voice came from behind Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng felt a chill at the back of her head. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of her. What entered her sight was a middle-aged magician with a gray face and a triangular face. Snake! Dong Linger shouted. At the place where the three of them were standing, many small snakes had unknowingly crawled out. Those snakes were colorful, and each of them was only the size of a thumb. They were flicking their tongues. The dark gold mentor frowned. Magic light flashed on his scepter. Dark Devour. The ground immediately turned into a piece of frozen earth. There was a sound of ice cracking, and a black hole appeared on the ground for no reason. Those poisonous snakes that were still spitting out their tongues a moment ago were all swallowed by the black hole. Dark Gold, you damned woman! Give me back my snake! The triangular-faced magician yelled when he saw the snake. His body was very strange, as if he had no bones. He lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes deep green as he stared at Dark Gold. His expression was as if he wanted to bite off Dark Gold's neck. Teacher, we're not here to fight. The youth's voice was helpless. Not far away, stood a youth in green. The young man rubbed his forehead with a headache. The moment he appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. That was a very handsome young man. From afar, he looked like a cluster of green bamboo. His whole body exuded a very comfortable aura. He didn't have a royal aura like Li Xiao, nor was he as handsome as Yi Baiming. However, that didn't stop him from being outstanding. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The triangular-faced magician immediately changed his expression. He went to Yun Sheng's side and looked up and down. He was just short of hanging his whole body on Yun Sheng's body. The youth in green couldn't stand it anymore and came over to pull his mentor away. That mentor, on the other hand, simply hung his body on his own student. However, his eyes were still looking back and forth between Yun Sheng and the youth in green. Shi Huang, what do you mean by this? Do you believe that I won't take care of you and your snake together? Compared to Xiao, the dark gold mentor was more wary of this magician called Shi Huang. The dark gold mentor took a few steps forward and blocked the magician from looking at his female student. It was as if Yun Sheng would lose a piece of flesh if he looked at her a few more times. TSK, dark gold, did you hear the bullsh** T you just said? Who said that using poison isn't a skill? Try saying that again. Do you believe that I won't poison you to death in a second? After saying that, Shi Huang sprayed out a cloud of poisonous fog. You'd better save that for yourself. The dark gold mentor didn't want to be outdone. A strange wind blew, and the poisonous fog was blown to the side. The poisonous fog blew onto the leaves on the side. In just a moment, the leaves immediately turned into black ashes. It was even more violent than being burned by fire. What a powerful poison! If this poison came into contact with a person, the person's flesh would rot and bones would melt within a few breaths. However, the dark gold mentor wasn't a pushover. The two of them didn't get along. One of them said that poison was the best magic, while the other said that the other wasn't. They didn't get along and started fighting. The two mentors, one with poison and one with magic, didn't give in to the other. The students at the side were watching with their eyeballs about to fall out. Hee, dark gold, I'm not here to look for you today. I'm here to look for her. Seeing that he wasn't able to gain any advantage over the dark gold mentor, Shi Huang winked at Yun Sheng in a friendly manner. You're Yun Sheng, right? Our poison brat often talks about you. Poison brat? Yun Sheng was baffled. She then looked at the young man in green and saw that he was also looking at her with rapt attention. Just now, when Shi Huang and the dark gold mentor were fighting, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling were also enjoying themselves. Only the young man in green remained motionless. The moment he saw Yun Sheng, his handsome eyes landed on her. Seeing that Yun Sheng rushed over and stared at him, the young man in green seemed to have his thoughts seen through. His face was as red as a ripe persimmon in winter. He awkwardly turned his face to the side and said, Yun Sheng, I am. Abandon. Right after he finished speaking, a small snake came out from the sleeve of the young man's loose mage robe. That small snake was only the size of a thumb. Its entire body was dark green, just like a jade carving. On the triangular snake head, there was a pair of black gem-like snake eyes. It looked at Yun Sheng in a friendly manner and stuck out its tongue. After seeing the snake, she then looked at Abandon's new appearance. Ah! Yun Sheng quivered and pointed at the young man in green. After a long while, she finally said, You are really Abandon. The young man in front of her who was as otherworldly as bamboo was actually that ugly poison brat who didn't utter a single word. The difference between before and after was too big, right? Huh, you must have been scared silly by our poison brat's invincibly handsome and imposing appearance, right? Wahahaha, isn't that so? This brat is Shi Huang's, #1 disciple. He is handsome and cool, and there are a bunch of female students in the campsite who are secretly in love with him. Shi Huang laughed. Afraid that Yun Sheng would misunderstand, Abandon shot a cold warning gaze at Shi Huang. Teacher Shi Huang, who was originally undisciplined and out of control, immediately went silent. It was also this gaze that made Yun Sheng vaguely see the shadow of Abandon back then. She had seen students who were afraid of teachers, but she had never seen a teacher who was afraid of a student. The dark gold teacher who was naturally incompatible with Shi Huang was amazed when he witnessed this scene. At the same time, the dark gold teacher was even more confused about Yun Xing's background. She was just a freshman, but she knew almost all the famous students in the mainland's magic elite camp. This Yun Xing really couldn't be underestimated. Chapter 558. Yun Xing walked around abandoned and checked his body carefully. She realized that all the poison in his body had disappeared. It seemed that after he joined the mainland's magic elite camp, he also had an opportunity that Yun Xing didn't expect. Since they were old friends, Yun Xing and Abandon bid farewell to their respective mentors. Abandon was the host and invited Yun Xing and Dong Huang linger to a small tea house in the central town for a gathering. Yun Xing was still confused. She clearly remembered that there was no cure for the poison in Abandon's body unless he was crippled of all his poison skills. Back then, Abandon was unwilling and rejected Yun Xing's treatment. But now, Abandon's magic was even stronger than before. He was already a Saint Magus. His appearance had also recovered, but the poison in his body had completely disappeared. The three of them arrived at the small tea house. Abandon asked someone to pass a message to Gufeng. When he saw Yun Xing's puzzled face, he explained everything clearly. The secret is in this magic scepter of mine. Abandon took out his magic scepter. Gufeng's original magic scepter was a living magic scepter made from Little Qing's living body. But his new magic scepter was a little special. When Yun Xing saw the magic scepter, she noticed that it wasn't an ordinary magic scepter. Human bone. Yun Xing recognized that it was a magic scepter that was between a beast bone and a human bone. That's right. This magic scepter was made from one of my ribs and Little Qing's soul stone. Speaking of Abandon, his opportunity was indeed not bad. Back then, when Yun Xing was on her way to the immortal Zhu nation, she learned about the mainland's magic elite camp selection. She wrote a letter to remind Abandon and Gufeng to return to the Imperial Magic Academy to participate in the selection. At that time, the two of them just wanted to try their luck and participate in the selection. Who would have thought that the magicians from the mainland's magic elite camp who came to Zhou State to recruit students were Shi Huang and Shi Guang? These two met Abandon and Gufeng. Although Gufeng and Abandon didn't win against Chen Liener in the final test, their special constitutions and magic attributes won the favor of the two mentors. The two mentors accepted the two of them as their disciples and returned to the continent's magic elite camp together. Although Master Shi Huang had an eccentric temper, he was also an outstanding refiner in addition to being a poison magician. After repeatedly studying Abandon's physique for 2 years, he finally came up with a compromise that could preserve Abandon's poison arts while removing the poison that had plagued Abandon for years. That was to force all the poison in Abandon's body onto one of Abandon's ribs, then extract that rib and refine it into a magic scepter. He would then let Xiaoqing attach it to the magic scepter in the form of a living soul stone. This magic scepter that was refined from the combination of Abandon's rib and Xiaoqing's soul stone would become the one and only poison magic scepter on the mainland. In this way, my poison will be cured, but all my previous magic will be transferred to the magic scepter and Xiaoqing. When Abandon said this, Yun Xing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Master Shi Huang was indeed a genius. Even though she came from the modern world, she didn't think that there would be such a good way to detoxify the poison and preserve magic at the same time. The mainland's magic elite camp is indeed a place where talents come forth in large numbers. Gufeng has also changed a lot in these 3 years. Even if you see him now, you won't be able to recognize him. Abandon looked at Yun Xing in a daze. After Abandon became Master Shi Huang's disciple, the latter had been very caring towards him. However, Abandon's temper was still the same as before. He stayed with Xiaoqing all year round, ate less and moved less, and was unwilling to go out at all. Master Shi Huang scolded him every day, saying that at this age, he should be moving more and eating more, and dragged him out to eat. Just now, he and Master Shi Huang had just arrived at the central canteen. When they heard someone calling Yun Sheng's name, Abandon immediately left Master Shi Huang and pushed through the crowd. The name that had moved Abandon's heart appeared here. For a moment, Abandon thought that he had heard wrongly. Amidst the crowd, he looked around and saw Yun Sheng, whose white clothes fluttered in the wind. After not seeing her for more than 3 years, Yun Sheng's appearance had changed a lot. However, her quirkiness and her actions when she teased Chen Lianer were still so familiar. If Master Shi Huang hadn't said that he wanted to watch the show, he would have acknowledged Yun Sheng on the spot. Even Gu Feng has changed a lot. Then I'd like to see if Gu Feng has gained weight. Or if his skills have improved. Why isn't he here yet? Abandon had changed from an ugly young man to a beautiful young man. Then, what would happen to Gu Feng? Yun Sheng introduced Dong Huanglinger to Abandon, and Abandon only nodded. Other than some changes in his appearance, Abandon's temper was still the same as before, cold to others. From beginning to end, his gaze only fell on Yun Sheng alone. Dong Huanglinger saw it clearly, but Yun Sheng didn't feel anything at all. She was just enjoying the joy of reuniting with her old friend. Most of the time, Abandon was listening to Yun Sheng talk about what happened in the past 3 years. Yun Sheng said a few words, then suddenly stopped and looked around. There were many female magicians looking at her. After taking a closer look, those people's gazes more or less landed on Abandon, who was beside her. However, it was no wonder. With Abandon's current appearance, even if he stood next to Li Xiao, one of the Wuji 5 walls, he wouldn't be inferior. It was normal for those female magicians to be infatuated with him. I'm so tired. Abandon, why did you ask me to come here? While they were talking, a tall and strong big guy rushed in. He saw the green figure in the middle of the tea house. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the tea in front of Abandon and drank it in one gulp. He still felt that it wasn't enough to quench his thirst. His claws reached for the other teacup at the side. Blockhead. This teacup is mine. It's so dirty. Before Gu Feng's claws could reach the teacup, he saw a magic scepter coming towards him. The teacup that Gu Feng grabbed just happened to be Dong Huanglinger's. Dong Huanglinger was chatting happily with Yun Sheng when she saw a big claw reaching over and hitting it without any hesitation. Gu Feng was hit hard and was about to scold. Ever since this brat was fixed by Yun Sheng, he was especially talkative. Sometimes, even Abandon couldn't stand him anymore. Who knew, what he saw was a pretty face. Gu Feng had lived for more than 10 years, and this was the first time he saw such a pretty girl. It was a girl with an oval face, a pair of pretty eyes, and a fiery red dress. Because of anger, her face was dyed with a layer of red. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at her own hands. Dong Huanglinger's angry look caused Gu Feng to be dumbfounded. There were only 4 words in his mind: love at first sight. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a pretty girl before? Dong Huanglinger still wasn't satisfied and gave Gu Feng's but a fierce kick. There have been a lot of things going on at home recently, and the draft was rushed out. Therefore, there are a lot of wrong words. I apologize first, I will slowly correct it after a while. Thank you to everyone who voted for me. Chapter 559. I really haven't seen you before. Miss, my name is Gu Feng. I'm a promising holy magician under the tutelage of teacher Shi Guang. Gu Feng hurriedly introduced himself, not noticing that Yun Sheng was facing away from him. Ancient Peak. Abandon glanced at Yun Sheng, who did not look well, with a strange expression. Don't be noisy. Can't you see that I'm talking to this miss? Gu Feng was impatient and continued to strike up a conversation. Yun Sheng kicked Gu Feng's buttocks. Gu Feng, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've become so bold. Who asked you to use your buttocks to talk to people? Yun Sheng's kick was fierce. Gufeng was not prepared and fell on the table, splashing water all over his face. Gufeng heard the voice behind him and suddenly came back to his senses. Yun Sheng. Isn't this Yun Sheng's voice? Gufeng then knew that Yun Sheng had also joined the mainland's elite magician camp. Ayaya, Yun Sheng, it's really you. You're finally back. It's all Abandon's fault. You knew that I went to train recently and just came back today, so you rushed over. Who knew that you'd also join the elite magician camp? Gufeng rubbed his buttocks and sat at the side with an aggrieved expression, apologizing and apologizing. He was like a completely different person from 3 years ago. The little fatty from before had long changed. He was much taller and more muscular. Just by looking at his appearance, it was hard to imagine that he was actually a holy magician who was good at magic healing. Just by looking at Gufeng's appearance, Yun Sheng could guess that Gufeng must be doing well this year. When he was in Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy, he was a typical punching bag. But after joining the mainland's elite magician camp and learning from teacher Shiguang, he suddenly became popular. Not to mention other things, just Gufeng's improvement made Yun Sheng and Dong Huang linger speechless. Gufeng was the one with the lowest cultivation level among Yun Sheng and Abandon back then. He was only a magic shooter. But in these few years, his magic cultivation level soared like a rocket. Now, he was already a mid-level holy magician. With this speed, even Yun Sheng had to admit defeat. Yun Sheng couldn't help but recall that a few years ago, Teacher Mary said that Gufeng had the greatest potential among the three. Today, it was indeed true. Hey, big guy, how did your magic improve so fast? Do you have any tricks? Dong Huang Linger had some disdain for Gufeng. But after hearing that his magic cultivation level improved so fast, she immediately changed her attitude. After being ridiculed in the central canteen today, she wanted to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. It's not that I'm not willing to teach you. It's just that my cultivation method is useless to you all. Gu Feng had a very good impression of Dong Huang Ling. Seeing a great beauty begging him like this, he couldn't help but blush. Gufeng's magic attribute was light magic. The cultivation method of light magic that his teacher taught him was also very special. That was, continuous healing. Other people's magic cultivation was usually based on meditation and actual combat. However, Gufeng's was very special. His magic cultivation method was continuous healing. He treated all kinds of people who were heavily injured and lightly injured. Through that, he could improve his magic cultivation level. But it's an era of peace now. There are no wars between the 5 major countries. You're not a doctor. Where are you going to find so many patients? Yun Sheng listened. Gufeng's cultivation method was obviously different from the Dharma temple. You don't know about this. Be it the elite mage camp or the elite warrior camp, the training places are not ordinary battlefields. After you've followed the dark gold teachers for a while, you'll know. If there's a chance in the future, you can form a team with me and see my light magic, Gufeng said proudly and mysteriously. Abandoned also nodded. The 3 of them were from the Potion Group 13 back then. After so many years, they were actually able to gather together again. They were naturally very happy. Oh right, I have something to ask you. How much do you know about the Dark Gold teachers? What's the magic rankings? Previously, when the Dark Gold teacher and Xiao teacher were confronting each other, Xiao teacher had mentioned the magic rankings. Looking at the Dark Gold teacher's expression at that time, she didn't seem very happy. Speaking of which, I also feel that it's strange. Why are you learning magic from a Dark Gold teacher? I heard that ever since the Dark Gold teacher became a teacher, the number of students she taught could be counted with one hand. In the past 5 years, not a single student graduated from under her. The elite mage camp was different from other magic academies. Even if a student became a sky magician, they could still learn from an elder teacher who was of a higher rank than the teachers. The standard for students under normal teachers to graduate was to become a sky magician. What Gufeng meant was that in the past 5 years, the Dark Gold teacher didn't even teach a single sky magician. It's because the Dark Gold teacher is too special. She is a famous death teacher. Not only that, the students under her are also. Gufeng had a look of hesitation on his face. He didn't want to deal a blow to Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger. However, he also didn't have the heart to see the two of them being kicked out of the elite mage camp. Under the big-mouth Gufeng's explanation, Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger's understanding of the Dark Gold teachers deepened. In the elite mage camp, the teachers could be roughly divided into two types. They were the lenient type and the lenient type and the lenient type. For example, Abandon's teacher, Shi Huang, belonged to the lenient type. He was very strict when recruiting students in the early days. However, when the students graduated, he was very lenient. Basically, no matter how many students he recruited, they would all break through and become sky magicians. He belonged to the lenient type and would rather go without than have something substandard. There was another type. For example, some of the natural element mages. They might have tens of students. However, the number of students who graduated and became sky magicians wasn't many. He belonged to the lenient type and would rather have something substandard. However, Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger's teacher, Dark Gold teacher, didn't belong to either of these two types. The reason why Dark Gold teachers were called death teachers was because they were very strict when recruiting students. The number of students who graduated was even less. Among them, there were even some students who couldn't handle the training and broke down, went crazy, or even died. I heard that among the many students of the Dark Gold teacher, only Keilang is left. Keilang is also very eccentric. In our batch, the few new students who were recruited by the Dark Gold teacher didn't even pass the freshman potential assessment. How about you two change your teacher? Gufeng kindly advised. Who would have thought that Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger would say at the same time, no, we must be a Dark Gold teacher. Then there's nothing we can do. Gufeng said regretfully, then you two have to work hard. There is still the freshman potential assessment at the end of the year. Those who don't meet the requirements will be kicked out of the elite mage camp. Chapter 560. Hearing that, Dong Huanglinger became anxious. Her original intention of becoming a Dark Gold teacher was to learn dark magic and quickly increase her magic rank to become a sky mage. However, after hearing Gufeng's words and Ko Ling's words, Dong Huanglinger felt very uneasy. Gufeng, you can't say it like that. The dazzling light teacher is a light mage. It is normal for him to have opinions about the Dark Gold teacher. However, I've heard from Master Shi Huang that when it comes to combat power, a Dark Gold ranked master can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire magic elite camp. With her instantaneous magic casting ability, even if she faces 5 mages of the same level, she can handle them with ease. Abandon was stating the facts. His master Shi Huang and the Dark Gold ranked master were, in a sense, the outliers in the magic elite camp. The teacher can show you the way, but you have to rely on yourself. Linger, you don't have to worry too much. I also feel that the Dark Gold teacher is very strong. Not to mention other things, just her magic reaction speed alone is enough for us to learn from. Yun Sheng comforted Dong Huanglinger. The Dark Gold ranked teacher's training would only begin 3 days later. Yun Sheng didn't want Dong Huanglinger to be overly worried. She only wanted to know that the Dark Gold teacher is very strong. She, Yun Sheng, came to the continent's magic elite camp to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can she contend against the Zhao state. What about the magic ranking? What is it? Yun Sheng heard from teacher Xiao that Chen Lianer had entered the top 100 of the magic ranking. After Gufeng's explanation, Yun Sheng knew that the magic ranking is one of the ranking lists of the continent's magic elite camp. The continent's magic elite camp is divided into 2 categories. One is the magic potential ranking, which is for the new students. The other is called the Magic Overall Ranking, which is the magic ranking that Yun Sheng just mentioned. The Magic Potential Ranking is for the new students. It is a fixed ranking and will be re-ranked after 1 year. Every new student will be ranked according to their magic power. As for the Magic Overall Ranking, it is for the older students. Only after 1 year of adapting will they be able to enter the Magic Overall Ranking based on their performance. Similarly, the Continent's Warrior Elite Camp also has 2 rankings. What are the benefits of entering the Mana List? Yun Sheng remembered that the reward from the Royal Magic Academy was a magic card. However, it was impossible for there to be a magic tower in the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Once you enter the top 500 of the magic rankings, you will be qualified to enter the Dutian Blood Beast world and undergo the blood refinement. Abandon paused for a moment before telling Yun Sheng. Dutian Blood Beast world. Blood refinement. The Dutian Blood Beast world was a famous place in the Boundless Continent. It was known for being a dangerous place. Most importantly, it was the birthplace of the Blood Cloud Beasts. That's what they say to the outside world. In reality, the instructors of the elite camp can open the boundary of the Dutian Blood Beast world and allow a portion of the students to enter for training. This is not a secret in the elite camp. Gufeng and Abandon had only found out after arriving at the elite camp. No wonder the students of the elite camp were so much stronger than the warriors and magicians outside. The food and spirit energy here were more abundant, and the training grounds and instructors here were more outstanding. Only through the combination of the strong could the most outstanding magicians be nurtured. You should have also noticed that our magic cultivation is improving very quickly. This is because we have entered the Blood Beast Metropolis world. The density of magic elements in the Blood Beast Metropolis world is at least 10 times higher than the outside world. Staying in there for a few days is comparable to months or even years of cultivation outside. Abandon's words caused Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger to be very shocked. Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger were both newcomers, so they naturally didn't know about this secret. This should be the biggest secret in the Continental Elite Camp. Only the seniors know about it. Abandon, isn't it too early for you to say this? Gufeng didn't approve of Abandon telling Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger about this matter so early. Gufeng was a man, so he always felt that he had an obligation to protect Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger. Gufeng, you have guts, hiding such an important matter from me. Yun Sheng looked like a hag. No, Yun Sheng, how would I dare to hide it from you? No matter where you go, you are my boss. Gufeng hurriedly explained. Seeing the anxious look on Gufeng's face, Dong Huanglinger couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her laugh, Yun Sheng also heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Dong Huanglinger came here, she had never laughed. The pressure on her was too great. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, Yun Sheng and Dong Huanglinger want to learn dark magic, and the Dutian Blood Beast world is undoubtedly the most suitable place for them to train. I believe that their instructors will tell them sooner or later. Abandon didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Even Gufeng and Abandon were only told about this matter after they passed the newcomer's potential assessment. The Dutian Blood Beast world was one of the reasons why the mainland's elite camp was able to hold such a prominent position in the mainland for so many years. Not only the mainland's elite camp, but the other major organizations in the mainland also more or less had powerful people who could open the Dutian Blood Beast world's barrier. However, only the core elders of the major organizations had such qualifications. Back then, the Heavenly Beast Blood world was sealed by 8 peerless experts who possessed the 8 barren divine artifacts. But after 10,000 years, the seal of the Blood Beast world had begun to show signs of weakness. The 2 unknown founders of the mainland's elite camp, a warrior and a magician, accidentally opened the seal and trained there for 10 years, becoming the top existence in the mainland. It was also from then on that the mainland's elite camp kept the tradition. The students who passed the newcomer's potential assessment had to enter the Dutian Blood Beast world to train. The students were ranked according to their performance in the training and their overall ranking. The comprehensive magic power and combat power rankings were ranked. What is the basis of the rankings? Abandon hesitated for a moment. The rankings are based on the number of blood cloud beasts killed in the blood beast world. The more blood cloud beasts killed, the higher the ranking. For example, the fire magician Lu Shentong, who is ranked first on the magic power rankings, has killed tens of thousands of blood cloud beasts by himself. He is the one who has killed the most blood cloud beasts among all the students. Such a shocking number of blood cloud beasts made Yun Sheng and Dong Huang linger speechless. On the boundless mainland, there were also blood cloud beasts. However, their numbers were limited. Tens of thousands of blood cloud beasts were killed by a single person. Such a shocking number could be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It also showed the huge number of demonic beasts in the Dutian blood beast world. What is the Dutian blood beast world like? Dong Huang Linger was both curious and nervous. Chapter 561. You will know when the time comes. However, we are only in the outer region of the Dutian blood beast world. Only the top 100 on the magic ranking can enter the middle region. As for the deeper regions of the Dutian blood beast world, it is said that only the elders and mentors can enter. Abandon had a different opinion from Gufeng. He thought that it was the same whether Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Linger knew about it earlier or later. He did not know much about the blood beast world. However, there is one thing that is different from the blood cloud beasts that we see on the mainland. The blood cloud beasts that entered the boundless land in the early years were only beastmen soldiers in the outer region. The blood cloud in the middle region and core region is said to be at least commander level or even lord level. Abandon did not want to say more. From his expression, he did not want to talk about the Dutian blood beast world. It was no wonder that Abandon was different from other people. Because of little Qing, Abandon was very friendly to demonic beasts. Commander level, or even lord level. Yun Sheng was shocked when she heard this. She subconsciously thought of her orc speech ring. The demonic beasts in the blood beast world were probably more powerful than the ones in her orc speech ring. The Dutian blood beast world was once the birthplace of the ferocious demonic beasts in Yun Sheng's heart. However, ever since she knew that her mother, Hu Jiusheng, was also born from a blood cloud beast world, she had a special feeling about the Dutian blood beast world. Speaking of which, that was her mother's hometown. Yun Sheng had promised her father that she would try her best not to expose the fact that she was a summoner unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of the Zhao state's lackeys. The mainland's magic elite camp seemed like an otherworldly place, but no one could be sure that the Zhao state's forces did not infiltrate. Yun Sheng had fought with a blood cloud beast twice in her life. The first time was in Bizhou village when her father, Yun Sanghai, fought with a level 7 or 8 blood cloud beast. The other time was when Xuanwu Ji summoned a level 9 blood cloud beast. The only 2 times they fought, the price they paid was extremely heavy. But those were only beast soldier level blood cloud beasts. Commander level blood cloud beasts were equivalent to the 100-legged ant general or the night demon queen in the beast language ring. How could there be so many blood cloud beasts in the blood beast world? At that moment, Yun Sheng felt a sense of longing. Perhaps, the blood beast world would be her opportunity. If she could contract a stronger magical beast in the blood beast world, her chances of winning against the Zhao state in the future would be greater. Gufeng and Abandon didn't notice Yun Sheng's strange behavior. They continued to talk about their experiences in the blood beast Jia in the past 3 years. Hee, Abandon, you don't know as much as I do. Do you know why so many senior brothers and sisters are fighting in the middle or even the depths of the Dutian blood beast world? I heard from my master that back then, in order to seal the Dutian blood beast world, the 8 masters might have left one of the divine artifacts in the depths of the blood beast world. That's why so many people are trying so hard to compete for the magic and combat power rankings. Gufeng was a light magician, so he could always get some information from the injured students. 8 Barons Divine Artifact. Yunqing thought to herself when she heard that. She wondered what the divine artifact that had been lost inside was. If she had the chance in the future, she might try to break into the magic rankings. If she could enter the top 100, she might be able to explore it. However, Yunqing also knew that this was only a temporary thought. After all, she wasn't even good at the freshman potential assessment, let alone the mana rankings. Speaking up to here, a young man who looked like a warrior walked in. He had big hands and feet and a square face. It was just that his dressing was different from the other students who came to drink tea and eat. In his hands, he was holding something that looked like a map and a booklet. From the looks of it, he looked like a newspaper seller in the modern world. Dong Huanglinger took a few more glances. She was obviously very interested in the things in her hands. "Hey, Bao Santong, you're here to swindle again. Give me the latest magic rankings and freshman potential assessment." Gufeng took a glance and called out to the warrior. When that person saw Gufeng, he immediately beamed with joy. Then, when he saw Qi, his eyes immediately brightened, and he ran over. "Junior brother Gu, junior brother Abandon, you're both here. If you want to buy, I'll give you a discount." Bao Santong's saliva splashed as he spoke excitedly. "What's that in your hands?" "The pink booklet." Dong Huanglinger's eyes were sharp. She saw that Bao Santong was holding a few pages of pink paper. On the paper, there was a big title, "The Continent's Elite Primrose and Cherry Blossom Rankings." "What's that?" "Abandon, senior brother Abandon's name is also on it." Dong Huanglinger saw Abandon's name. Yunqing went over to take a look. Not only did she see Abandon, she also saw 2 other familiar faces. "Hee, you 2 junior sisters must be new here. Do you want to take a look at our continent's elite camp's handsome guy and beauty ranking? It's Camp Grass and Camp Flower. If you take a homonym, it'll be Ingqiao and Sakura. The junior brother Abandon beside you 2 is this year's Primrose ranking, ranked 3rd. This year, the 2nd and 3rd place are Tang Yuan's 2nd Princely Xiao and Zhou State's Baiming Yi Baiming. As for the champion of the Cherry Blossom ranking, the 1st place is Sister Lan, who had 5 consecutive wins. The 2nd place is Miao Chuyun, and the 3rd place is Chen Lian Er. It's 3 gold coins per copy, and there's also a list of everyone's preferences. If you want a portrait, I can sell it at a discount. Bao Santong loved new students entering the camp every year. This meant that he had a new source of income. Just by selling maps and new lists, he could earn a lot of money. Bao Santong quickly took out a copy of the map. Sure enough, Dong Huanglinger was interested and spent 3 gold coins to buy a copy of the map. When Bao Santong took another look at Yunqing and Dong Huanglinger, his eyes lit up. "The 2 of you are actually quite beautiful. Next year, you 2 will definitely be popular candidates. Junior sisters, I have yet to ask your names, and what do you like?" With his 5 years of experience as a professional gossipmonger, if nothing unexpected happened, the 2 junior sisters in front of him would definitely be popular candidates for the next Cherry Blossom rankings. "Look at the one who is wearing white clothes, she is pure and charming, and look at the one who is wearing red clothes, she is lively and passionate." "Bao Santong, where are you looking at?" Noticing Bao Santong's intention, a layer of anger appeared on Abandon's handsome face. Hey, I know. Junior brother Abandon, don't get angry. The poison from last time has just been cleared." When Bao Santong saw Abandon's gaze, he immediately felt his chrysanthemum tighten. How would he dare to ask any more? Speaking of Bao Santong was the student from the warrior elite camp that got close to Yi Baiming. At this moment, Bao Santong still didn't know that the Jade Zither Beauty and Little Chili Pepper that he was talking about earlier were the 2 women in front of him. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.